Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his agency is investigating last week's incident in which a Teton County GOP leader handed checks to lawmakers on the State House floor after adjournment. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the sheriff's investigation is different from the House's decision to launch their own examination.
When they were debating forming that panel, it was Representative Chris Knapp who said, maybe this is something that we should forward to a criminal agency that we should ask the AG about.
The controversy erupted on Wednesday when Representative Mike Yin of Jackson urged his colleagues not to vote for introduction of a bill Rebecca Bextel championed that seeks to curb affordable housing mitigation policies like those prevalent in Teton County and its seat of Jackson. Speaking of the legislature, lawmakers get back to work and start the second week of the budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this week it's all about amendments and funding.
And they're going to maybe have a tug of war with the Joint Appropriations Committee and some of the changes it made. And then hopefully each chamber gets a budget that it is satisfied with before both chambers try to reconcile the budget with one another. The other big thing that's going on is they're trying to recalibrate education, which means they're trying to do a full-scale reassessment on what we pay for education.
Even though a court order for education recalibration is on pause right now, the Senate is taking it up by introducing a recalibration bill unanimously. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. YDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. For decades, the Hitching Post Inn in Cheyenne wasn't just a hotel, it was the most powerful spot in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that nearly every legislator stayed there, and that's where deals were finalized.
Pretty fascinating to consider that you had virtually an entire legislature all bunking at the same place during the session. And there would be receptions 7 nights a week, dinner parties. People were having conversations at the bar late in the night. The way they described it is it was always about lawmaking. You were always working on fixing some problem with some bill.
It wasn't just the local politicians who stayed at the Hitch. Spiro Agnew, the U.S. Vice President to Richard Nixon, stayed at the historic inn. Ultimately, the fire consumed the historic inn in 2010. Work is quickly progressing just outside Kemmerer at TerraPower's first-of-its-kind nuclear power project. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the 167-foot-tall facility will stress test massive natrium reactor components.
It's really just a giant mechanics shop. And what they're going to do is they're going to test these because this is the first one ever, right? And this will be the only test and fill facility that they do. They're going to bring these gigantic pieces of the natrium reactor in. They're going to test them. This will be the place that they test these in the molten sodium environment to figure out if everything works the way they think it will work.
Backed by billionaire Bill Gates, the novel 345-megawatt nuclear power plant will be much smaller and much cheaper than the hulking reactors of old. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Yeah, come get you some. It's a Monday, February 16th, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Here's what we're looking at today. Still talking about checkgate and the fallout. And we've got plenty of guests on who can bring perspective to the whole thing. Handing out checks on the House floor at the Capitol building on day one. Is that appropriate? Is that legal? Etc., etc. Senator Mike Gierau is going to be on today. He can talk about it, what it looks like from the Senate side, from the Democrat side. Rex Arie, longtime legislator. He's lawyering up there in Sheridan still. Rex will talk about what it looks like, what does today's session, legislative session, look like compared to when he did it back in the 70s and 80s. Betsy Hail from Cheyenne Leads will be on to talk about the PRCA complex and filling the hole known as Hyde's building in downtown Cheyenne. Senator Eric Barlow, we'll chat with him about bills he's sponsoring. Can't wait to get with Representative Karlee Provenza, and I'll just go ahead and give her her award for what do you call it when you win we'll give her an Oscar, an Emmy, Nobel Peace Prize. That photo that Karlee Provenza took. Karlee Provenza, the Democrat, along with Mike Yin, both those took immediate exception to the check handing out. If not for those two, would we even be talking about this? And if not for Representative Provenza's photos, would there be more backpedaling and downplaying than we're seeing? Which is a little bit, but the photo is the smoking gun, man. That's Pulitzer Prize photo. It's a beauty. Robert Shippy will be here. He'll talk about why he's making a movie called Sharktana. I don't know, man. Ever since Jaws, sharks have been the go-to bad guys for Hollywood, huh? Wesley Binder will be here. He'll talk about his research on big cats and wolves. Can they get along? Short answer, no. Former Senator Eli Bebout, one of the greatest legislators we've had working in the state, he'll be on to share his perspective about checkgate. Also, he'll talk a little nuclear, I think. He's pro-nuke. And that stance may have cost him a race for governor, for Senate, U.S. Senate. Yeah, Eli Bebout will be on later today. So a jam-packed celebrity lineup. And let's get a weather forecast to you to begin. Plus, we have, the regular news. We did have news happen over the weekend. You'd be surprised. Down days, day weather forecast. What a gorgeous day yesterday. What a fantastic day. Saturday, and I was up in Buffalo. Beautiful. Just beautiful. 63 and sunny. Casper, red flag warning till about 5 because you got high winds and no snow down. And a high today of 59. Anything that fire catches on that grass could spread quickly. Be careful. Riverton, mostly sunny, breezy. Highs in the upper 50s as well. Evanston, chance of rain after 5. Mostly sunny until then. Highs in the upper 40s. Partly sunny, breezy in Green River. 54 the high. Pinedale, partly sunny, breezy. 43. Alpine, slight chance of rain or snow today. 45 the high. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 45. Jackson, chance of snow or rain after 11. Otherwise, mostly sunny with highs 44. Thermopolis, sunny and breezy, highs 59. Cody, 58 and sunny. Red flag warning in Buffalo, mostly sunny, 58, but wind gusts. Sheridan, sunny, 60. Sunny, 60. These aren't just odd days here and there in winter. This has been winter. Really, Gillette, 61 the high. That's been our winter. Not to be outdone, Torrington's the hot spot. Highs 68 under sunny skies in Torrington on February 16th. I don't know if records are falling like I think they are. They got to be. Partly sunny, 66 in Wheatland. Mostly sunny, highs near 60 in the state capital, Cheyenne. Mostly sunny, breezy, 55 in Laramie. Rawlins, high wind watch. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, 52. It's mind-boggling. I keep saying it. Every day weather forecast I read, I keep saying unusually warm, unseasonably warm. And then it's so many times this winter, it's now been the unusual outweighs the usual. So what's the norm? What's the new norm? Compared to years past, I guess, unusually high. Compared to this winter, 68 in Torrington is just normal. Normal. Winter of 25, 26. It's normal to be in the upper 50s, even 60s in Wyoming. That's normal. You drive around the state looking brown. And of course, the worry is if we don't add to that snowpack come, I say August, but now I become 4th of July. There'll be fireworks bans. There'll be fishing bans. You watch if this persists. Places where you would normally go blue ribbon trout fishing in July, the water will be too warm. The fishing will be bad. And in some places, Game and Fish or whatever park service, they'll just outright put a stop to fishing midway through the summer if we don't have the water when it's too hot and too low. I don't want to be negative Nelly, but if we don't get some snow, that's what it'll be like. Kate Meadows has a great story about why some Wyoming ranchers do it the old school way, feeding with horse-drawn sleighs. This year, they probably kept the wheels on, but I get it. There's winters where typically you can't get machinery out to feed the cows, to feed the horses. And a 2-horse team, 2 draft horses and a sleigh, it worked 100 years ago, 200 years, it still works. And sometimes better than machinery. Pete Arambel, rancher, was quoted as saying, I don't have to worry about if the engine will start. 20 below? Is the battery dead? Doesn't matter. I got 2 draft horses ready to go to work. I've been there, done that. I've done that, feeding with draft horses. Learning how to harness a team is a lost art. And I'm thinking if I could still do it today. It's been a while. But I bet I could, to get all the traces, to get the collars on right, to get everything. I think I could. And a lot of it depends on how you put it away. When you put it up, when you take it off the team, when you're done feeding and you put it up, you want to put it up in a way that you put it up on the wall on a pegs as if it was still hanging on the team. So then when you hitch it back up, attach it to the tree, everything is still left, right. But it's fun being a Teamster. That's a lost art. If I were to, supposedly by the numbers, if you have a room full of 100 people, if we have a gathering of 100 people and I say, is anybody celebrating a birthday today? It's weird, but the odds are someone will have a birthday, right? What are the stats? How do I ask Siri that? And I know I'm getting a little off topic, but there is no topic. So you can't be off when there isn't one to begin with. I'm on topic. Don't worry. But what supposedly statistically, room full of, I don't know, I'll just put that in the Googler. Can't Grok figure out what I want to know? Room full of 100 people. How many have birthday? And it's weird. In a room full of 100 in a room full of 100 people, it is virtually certain 99.999997% probability that at least two people will share the same birthday. Okay, that's so weird. It's a counterintuitive. It's called the birthday paradox. Get a room full of 100 people. The stats show with almost certainty, two of them will share a birthday. How is that possible? There's 365 days in a year. Throw an elite baby or two, and how is that? That's fun with the statistics, fudging statistics. It seems impossible but I'm not a statistician. Somebody who knows numbers could explain it better. But in a room full of 100 people, it's almost certain two will have the same birthday. And it doesn't seem to make sense. In that same room full of 100 people, it's virtually certain, according to the laws of Jake, 99.99997% probability that no one there could hitch up a team of horses. I'll bet. Nobody. 2-horse team. Never mind a 4, 6, 8. Guarantee in a room full of 100 people today, you'll need a room full of 10,000 people and maybe, and that better be a gathering in Wyoming, not Delaware. Maybe in a room full of 10,000 people, you'll have one old cowboy who knows how to hitch a 2-horse team. And when the apocalypse hits and we have no electricity and internet and all the gas goes stale and all we have is horsepower, suddenly those guys are going to be in vogue. How do you get these horses hitched up so I can pull this big wagon? Well, they still do it in some parts of Wyoming. Rancher Pete Arambel still does it. Down in Sublette County, they feed with horses because it's sometimes the only way to do it. Now, this year, you can maybe get the tractor around there. Maybe even the pickup truck. It's just not been snow, but most often, you're going to need the time-tested way of hitching up the team and pulling a sleigh full of hay, and pitch that hay to your horses and your cows. Dave Bell had a great photo of such the other day. This is Dave Bell, Wyoming Mountain Photography. And this might be Arabelle. I don't know who this is doing the sledding, but yeah, this is a great photo from Dave. Always great photos. And he's got the matching set of what look like they could be percherons, not sure. And yeah, it's I've done that in the winter, and it's not fun. It's cold. And the one takeaway, the two takeaways I always remember is keep the dog on the sled. I had a border collie that liked to run around and bother the stock, and we was feeding mules, and dogs, oh man, they do not get along. These were ornery mules. These are mules that were hungry, and this border collie was bothering him. These mules went right after that dog. I thought they were going to pick him up and toss him. So that was one time. And then for rule number 1, feeding, keep the dog on the sled. Rule number 2, well, I don't know if it's a rule, but it's the one thing I remember from feeding in the cold is those draft horses don't want to take the bit when it's super cold. If you have a tack room that's not heated, chances are it's not. Your tack room is just out there in the middle of nowhere where your draft team is corralled. They're not going to want to take that bit. It's so cold. And they're going to get real head fussy about it. So to warm the bit up, there's only one time-tested method, and that's to put it under your arm. I mean, put it inside your Carhartt, down inside your shirt and your long johns, and go skin on skin, skin on bit, skin on iron. Oh, I will never forget it. But you got to do it. Where those horses will shuck that bit, man. They don't like it. It's too cold. Yeah, great photos from Dave Bell. That's how they feed the old-fashioned way. Well, they do have dogs out the sled. Just when I said rule number 1, keep the dogs on the sled, on the sleigh. Well, they're feeding cows. Cows don't care. But the mules, yeah, they didn't take to the dogs too much. It's a fun life. It's real cool. That's how they still do it on some ranches down there in Sublet. And in years where we get winter, that's sometimes the only way that you can feed, unless you got a big tractor. But, what rancher can afford a big, giant tractor? You probably got a little medium-sized putt-putt, and that ain't going to get through the snow either. Only horses running that path can do the job for you. Great story from Kate Meadows and the way they used to and still feed down there in Sublette County.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
We'll pick up a couple of more stories before we dig into the topic of the morning, which is going to be checkgate and the handing out of checks on the House floor. Apparently, some were handed out at the Senate as well. Both bodies have denounced that whole thing, both the look of it and the legality of it. Is it bribery? Well, we have an investigative panel that's been assigned. I believe that's a joint 7-person panel. Into the legalities of the check. The sheriff is also digging in. Our favorite sheriff, Brian Kozak. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak told Cowboy State Daily Saturday his agency is investigating the Monday incident. I'm thinking the checks were legit. It was just the look of it, delivering them on day one of the legislature, right after the day one adjourned. Teton County GOP leader Rebecca Bexdale, committee woman from Teton County, handed out the checks, which were donor checks for legislators. If that was the case, and from everything I've seen and a little bit of inside intel I've gathered, if that was the case, that's not illegal, and it's not bribery, and it's not influence peddling, and it's not quid pro quo. Although there are many factors that certainly make it look bad, look real bad. The optics of it. Nobody needs it. It was a bad time and place, let's say. Your donor check should be distributed before or after a session, probably not during, although there's no rules to prohibit that. Both bodies, by the way, are considering prohibiting donor money from passing hands during a 20-day, 40-day session. That would help. Look, just no money changes hands while we're in session, period. Done, right? That would help. And that's probably coming. And then the place right in front of everybody, which I see the 50-50 argument. If these check distributions are okay, legit, legal, if they are campaign donations, and there's nothing wrong with them, what's the difference between getting them in the mail or somebody handing you that check in the hallway during a break in session? Here you go, on the down low. Here's your check. Here, put that. You might want to put that away. Is that weirder to see? Or, a check at dinner later that night. You just slide that across the table. Oh, yeah. Your constituents are thinking of you. They wanted you to have this, House Bill 19. They wanted you to, take the missus out for a nice dinner, House Bill 19. Vote yes. Or have it just right out in the open. Here's your money right there on the House floor. Would you rather have it in secret or out in the open? Or in the mail, the old-fashioned way, checks in the mail. What's wrong with that? But doing that on the House floor, right there, after adjournment, on day one, budget session is now closed and adjourned. See you tomorrow. Bang the gavel, and then Bextel becomes a Las Vegas dealer. Just doling out your checks. Wrong time, wrong place. Definitely wrong place. Not on the House floor. Everybody has said that. Everyone. Including the GOP party. The state Republican Party issued a statement yesterday. We'll read some of that. From what I understand, the only thing I've heard from Rebecca Bextel is there's nothing wrong with those checks. They were, $1,500 campaign donations, totally legit. Meanwhile, the Teton County, Teton County Republican Party has kind of thrown her under the bus, saying that she acted without their approval, without their say-so, without their knowledge. And yes, it did look bad. Bextel's statements, conduct, and actions are not a reflection of the intent or posture of the Teton County Republican Party. It's just part of their statement as they try to backpedal out of this. Everybody, I think, wants to distance themselves from checkgate. We'll have plenty of guests on today to talk about what it looks like to them, former legislators who can give us some perspective on the old days, saying things like, we would have never done this in the old days. Can't believe it. That's, I'm guessing, what will be the paraphrase. And then even some today legislators, again, asking them, did you see it? Did you get a check? What do you feel about it? Yeah, we'll discuss it. In the old days, the legislators would have received their check at the bar over at the Hitching Post. Everybody stayed there. Zachary Sontag walks us through a little path of history. The Hitching Post Inn in Cheyenne wasn't just a hotel. It was the spot where movers and shakers spent their nights when they were down there making laws, legislating. You can fight all day, but when you're passing your foe in the hall in your pajamas, it's hard to stay mad. That's a good point. Legislators say you can fight tooth and nail all day. The good representative from Sheridan is out of his mind. And then later, as you make your way to the ice machine, you see that good representative, and Sue Castaneda said, it's kind of hard to stay mad when you pass each other in the hallway in your pajamas. Most just called it the hitch. Wyoming's old guard said it was one kind of unique place. Zachary Sontag tells us all about the hitch, the hitching post where all the legislators stayed when they was making laws. It burned down, right? Under suspicious. It's so fitting for the hitching post to burn down under suspected arson. I don't even know if we say suspected. I think it was actually, was it not proved arson? Here it is on fire in 2010. I got a photo of it. I kind of recall that it was investigated as a fire of suspicious origin. Yeah, the hitching post, a legend, gone in 2010. It is. Let's see. The property was finished off in an arson fire. Yeah, I think there was more than one fire, right? I think there was one that was suspected arson, not proved, and then a legit arson. Like, oh darn, we messed up the job the first time. The next year, the property was finished off in an arson fire, part of a scheme to collect on the insurance policy, which was some $13.6 million. You know, the reason you don't see arsons anymore for the insurance money is the insurance money will not build you even 1/4 of whatever it's worth. The insurance companies now, your place is insured for not nearly enough to rebuild it, commercial or residential. So if your intent is to build a bigger, better one, forget it. That's why I think you don't see arson anymore. The insurance payoff is pitiful. The money was never collected. The insurance company, one man sentenced to 6 years in prison for that arson. So that's what happened to the hitch. Burned down. But the memories of that building. And one other news story before we take our final break and get to Senator Mike Gierau. Jackson Hotel chef is picked for a $1 million competition on CBS. Have you seen this? I don't know if it's been on yet. I think it's coming. America's Culinary Cup. Episodes set to begin airing March 4th on CBS. 90-minute premiere will kick it off. It's going to be just, one of many cooking shows. It gets a lead-in from Survivor, so you would think the viewership is probably going to be strong. Right after Survivor, beginning March 4th, CBS, America's Culinary Cup, where chefs from around the country compete for $1 million. One of those chefs I was introduced to over the last summer. She had already done the show, but she obviously could not, with the NDAs and all that, she couldn't tell me whether she won or who won. Chef Milena C.S.I., I believe that's how you say her last name, but it could be Si. I think it's C, like as in yes, Spanish yes. Chef Milena, we'll just call her. She is hired by the Darwich family to be the premier chef for Hotel Jackson. Now, she's been waiting to do her job because that restaurant has been delayed in opening. It's part of the expansion of Hotel Jackson, which is behind schedule, and much to the Jimmy Darwich is running over budget, but what doesn't? And once completed, she will be the executive chef for the new restaurant. Right now, I think she consults for Figs, the restaurant that's already in Hotel Jackson. But once the expanded new restaurant gets built out, you'll see Chef Milena at the helm, and she's somebody in the chef world. She led a Michelin-starred restaurant in Florida previously to coming to Jackson Hole. In fact, she was the only female Michelin-star chef in the state of Florida at the time. She headed Four Seasons Orlando's restaurant called Kappa. She's a hotshot in the kitchen world, in the chef world, for sure. She's a big coup for Jackson Hole and to work at Hotel Jackson and to be on this show. I mean, what notoriety will that bring to the restaurant? A lot, I would imagine. Chef Milena is going to be on the show. Renee Jean has a story. I told Renee about her. I said, you got to interview her. She's on the show. She's not going to be able to tell you whether she won or not. Because just like all those shows, Survivor and, they shot a long time ago. They filmed that show, and then it goes through extensive editing. But Chef Milena, I hope she won. I hope we can say that we know her. We knew her when. Chef Milena, she's going to be the head chef of Hotel Jackson's new restaurant, which should be open. I'm thinking this summer it'll be open, but we'll see. Last time I saw it, it was a little ways away from prime time. The Darwiches gave me a tour through this restaurant, through the expanded extension of Hotel Jackson, and it was coming along, but not quite ready. So great story from Renee Jean. Learn more about that. Chef Milena competing in the Culinary Cup for $1 million prize. And that's coming up March 4th to premiere right after Survivor. So if you're a Survivor fan, and when that show ends, just keep it on right there on CBS. Let's take a break. Get Senator Gierau in here after these.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday edition. Happy President's Day to you. For those of you that have it off, how do you manage that? I want one of those jobs. Extended weekend for some of us as we celebrate President's Day weekend. I think that's what it is, right? It's kind of one of those. I mean, the feds get it off. For me, it's one of those lesser holidays. President's Day. I mean, yeah, I don't know who invented it. Let's see who invented that. Of course, it comes on Valentine's Day weekend. So depending on, I guess, whether you're single or not, or whether you work a federal job. Most of us in Wyoming, man, the horses and cows got to be fed. The job continues, whether it's President's Day or what. President's Day. I want to see who declared that a national holiday. What president declared that a national holiday? Its official name is Washington's birthday, so we're honoring like the first dude. Your post office is going to be closed. Banks are closed, which that doesn't matter anymore, really. Banks, I mean, who goes to the bank? That's one of the jobs. If you think about the jobs that are going to be lost in the coming years due to AI and the fact that nobody banks, nobody has cash, teller. Don't grow up wanting to be a teller. Not really. That job won't exist in 10 years. President's Day, officially honoring Washington. Who declared it? Who made it? Lincoln's birthday, February 12th, was never a federal holiday. Okay. So much nonsense on Wikipedia, including begging for money. Still waiting for Senator Gierau. All these guys, remember, are in session. So, guys and gals, so whenever we go to legislators, we're lucky to get them. Sort of catch as catch can. We have them penciled in. But you never know. It's they're busy doing the work of the people, making laws and stuff. Who declared? I still can't find it. Wikipedia is just full of nonsense about it. Maybe I should say when. The first attempt to create a President's Day, 1951, committee was formed. I guess was unsuccessful. Yeah, it sort of just morphed into being. It's just accepted today. But its derivation, its actual start, I don't know. In the mid-'80s, there was a push from advertisers. Of course, it's always the ad world, to make it the term President's Day. And that kind of took over from Washington's birthday. Lincoln and Washington's birthday was the original intent of the federal holiday to honor two of our presidents. And then simply to make it President's Day, that sort of took over in the mid-'80s. But yeah, for me, it's just a lesser holiday. Life goes on. President's Day, I don't even barely notice it. Maybe you have it off. Good for you. But yeah, not me. We're talking the great check scandal, the great check debate, checkgate. And what happened, a week ago today, it was Monday after the end of session adjourned. Day one is not a whole lot of work. Day one is hearing the state of the state from your governor. He kicks off the whole session. And then this year we heard from the state Supreme Court. Lynn Baumgarten made a statement that was regarding the Supreme Court's monumental decision, state Supreme Court, regarding abortion. She sort of defended that decision, but more said that, we should keep electing justices the way we're doing it now, which is not electing them, having the governor appoint them. She urged that was the best way to do it. So between all that, all the speechifying that has to take place on that Monday, it left little time really to get down to bills on that Monday. So it's just hearing a lot of speeches, and then the gavel falls, session, the day adjourns, and then Rebecca Bextel comes around with her bag of goodies. And checkgate is launched at approximately 5:20. 5:23 is the timestamp on the photo, which is now risen to a legendary status. Representative Karlee Provenza, I guess, had her phone handy. We'll ask her. She's going to be on later. We'll ask her how, what gave her the heads up to snap that pic. Did she see one check handed out and thought to herself, that's odd. I don't like that. And then saw maybe a second check being ready to be handed out and said, I got to raise my camera for this. Click. I don't know exactly how it went down. That's how I anticipated it happened. But without that photo is key. Rod Miller called it Pulitzer Prize. If Wyoming gave out a prize for Pulitzer Prize photojournalism, former Cowboy State columnist Rod Miller, now working with another agency, I saw him on his social saying that photo is worth 1,000 words, 10,000 words, all the words, because that photo brings us right there. So many legislators that I talked to said, when asked about the checkgate thing, said, well, I didn't see it, but it certainly, if it happened, it certainly is a bad look. Now think how easy it would have been without the photo evidence for these lawmakers to say, well, I didn't see it. And if it happened, that's a bad optic, bad look. Well, now what does it look like? And you shove that photo in their face, Representative Karlee Provenza took. And yes, it happened. And it looks bad. We all get to see it. Without that photo, we all just imagine it in our mind. And depending on how we want to imagine, if we want to imagine a legislative that works good, and doesn't have bribery and doesn't have quid pro quo and doesn't have votes that are bought and paid for, then we can imagine, oh, it didn't really happen, or it didn't happen the way they said, or they weren't checks and they weren't handed out right on the floor. We can make a lot of excuses if not for the photographic evidence. So I think that Provenza's awareness, and yeah, she's a Democrat, she had the wherewithal to capture it. Her fellow Democrat in the House, Mike Yin, had the wherewithal to call foul. Immediately cried foul. That's wrong. Now, Representative Yin that might be Senator Gierau. No, it's not. That's a guest for next hour, arriving early. So that's good news. Yeah. Representative Provenza captured it. Representative Yin cried foul, said that's wrong. That's a wrong look. He suggested that any piece of legislation that Rebecca Bextel was behind, and we can find two bills that she supports, primarily from Teton County. She's a Teton County committee woman. Her right to dole out checks. Meanwhile, the Teton County Republican Party is... All right, now we got another Zoom. Who's in there now? All right, there is Gierau. Let's get him in here. But our time is limited. We'll go fast. We'll do like 50 questions in a super fast style. Senator Gierau, are you there?
Can you hear me, Jake?
I do hear you. I don't see you,
Good,
but that's okay.
Well, then that's good. I got a face only a mother could love. So let's go quick.
All right. Well, we got to get right to the meat of it, the heart of it. The Senate, different than the House. This whole checkgate obviously stirred up in the House a week ago today. When the Senate got wind of it, you took immediate action. What are your first thoughts on what happened and what that looks like?
Well, Jake, it's sad. It's a sad situation. And the real quick, the Senate is made a statement. The President Biden read it on Friday. Every senator signed it, condoning what happened. You're going to see today the Senate's going to come out with a new rule package. But Jake, honestly, it's a rule of common sense.
Yeah.
That got broken here. And I know it's under investigation, so I'm only going to talk about what I know as far as what I've seen in the papers and what I have been told by other folks. But, what happens is, Rebecca Bextel walks on the floor and hands out checks to legislators. Now, she said it was nobody's business. Well, then the fellow who wrote the check said, here's who I wrote the checks to. I thought she was just going to send them. And that includes people like, Chip Nyman, John Bear, and other people, other elected officials. And before anyone knew that she was admitting that she did it, even Rachel Rodriguez Williams said, who's the head of the Freedom Caucus now, I'm talking about just anybody.
Yeah.
And the Freedom Caucus said, if someone handed out checks, that would be, and I'm quoting now, would be bribery and unethical. Bribery is a crime. And I think that's why the police are investigating it. But that's what she said. That's not what I say. And then later on, Bextel says that, she was handing out checks. And she said that on a podcast on the show that she is a partner in. And all this has been reported this morning in Cowboy State Daily. So that's kind of the gist of it. And, to be honest, I don't know what's more disheartening, is the fact that she did it or the fact that the people that took the money took it. On the floor of the Senate, it's just, look, it's politics. Yes, we need campaign contributions to run campaigns. But I've been here 10 years. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen anyone do it. And I think it's reprehensible. I think it plays into a stereotype that people have of politicians in general that I think is bad. And it's not true. But when it happens, and we all get painted with that brush, which is why people look upon politicians right one notch above, car dealers.
Right.
Or, something. Although I like my car dealer. He does a good job by me. Don Johnson up in Jackson Hole does me right every time I try to buy a car from him. So shout out to him. I didn't mean to besmirch car dealers.
Hey, Senator, let me ask you one last thing. We got a break for news. Senator Mike Gierau is with us, Senate District 17. So this is his home court. This is Teton County, right in the middle of it. Rebecca Bextel, she's been kind of thrown under the bus by the Teton County GOP, who said she acted on her own. We got nothing to do with that. If the checks were mailed, we probably wouldn't be talking about anything. It was the optics of it. Are we to make anything, Senator, of Democrat versus Republican? Is there anything about this that's partisan? Because it was two Democrats in the House, Provenza with the photo, and Representative Yin with the immediate objection to what he saw. And then you as well, Democrat. Is D against R or not really?
I think it's good against bad. And I think it just so happens that 31 senators signed the statement that was read.
Yes.
29 Republicans, 2 Democrats. I want to make that clear.
Yeah.
29 Republicans disavowed this and condemned this action. And right now, as far as vote to put together an investigating committee, that was voted on by a majority of the House. once again, now there's 53 some odd, I think, Republicans and 7 Democrats there. So no, not really. It just happens that, Representative Provenza was there and took the picture, and later on, she showed it to me. We have these receptions each night, and we had one that night. She goes, "Look at this! Can you believe this?" And I go, "Holy hat! Are you kidding me?"
I know.
So no, it's not just a straight RD thing. This is, and the folks need to understand. Most important thing. I know you're short, but it's people. People need to understand who they're giving money to and why. And when they give it to people to give to someone else, basically Rebecca is just a mule in this one. She's just muling the checks down from Teton County. People need to know what it is they're doing and who they're giving money to and why. This has to do with Teton County. It has to do with Teton County politics and Teton County land use regulations. And that's where that's where I run into a real problem. And then, of course, Rebecca Bextel tells me I'm going to be in trouble because I mentioned it. And then she starts attacking my family. She starts attacking me personally, which, as far as I'm concerned, that's why I'm talking to you about this. Frankly, I don't have time to talk to that woman. I wouldn't talk to that woman. But when she brings families into it, now she's crossed another line. And one that we're going to take a very dim view of over here in the Senate. I promise you.
We'll talk about the 2 bills that Rebecca Bextel is supporting, both concerning housing, affordable housing, mitigation fees, stuff like that are very much in the news for Teton County. Senator Gierau, thank you for spending time with us this morning. And roll up your sleeves, get at it. Thank you.
Gonna be a good week. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, buddy. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Just one search and rescue mission last year took nearly 1,800 manpower hours and 220 flights. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that with nearly 9 million visitors coming to Wyoming, the cost of helping stranded people is breaking the bank.
The bulk of that money comes from the county commissioners who allot them money for infrastructure and basically equipment. However, the problem is this money is woefully inadequate based on the types of rescues they're now having to conduct.
To help fund search and rescue teams, the Wyoming Department of Transportation is now selling a specialty search and rescue license plate. The initial cost is $180 with $150 going to the statewide fund. Many Wyoming ranchers stick to the traditional way of doing things when feeding livestock in the winter, including working a team of workhorses and a sleigh loaded with hay. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one rancher says with horses, he doesn't have to worry about the engine not starting.
So the rancher will hook up a team of horses and go out into the field, use a pitchfork or sometimes their bare hands and just toss the hay or whatever the feed is out to their livestock. Some of these high rural places in Wyoming can get 65 inches of snow or more a year, and these workhorses can power through that snow easily. So you already have the workhorses. Why go out and pay $50,000 for a high-tech tractor?
Feeding with a horse team has some drawbacks, though. For one thing, it's a slow process. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily that a typical feeding cycle might take 3 to 4 hours with a horse team. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his agency is investigating last week's incident in which a Teton County GOP leader handed checks to lawmakers on the State House floor after adjournment. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the sheriff's investigation is different from the House's decision to launch their own examination.
There's an important distinction here because when the House on Thursday was talking about launching its own internal investigation for possible legislative misconduct, bribery, that was an administrative non-criminal act. And that 7-person committee is going to be convening sometime during the session.
The controversy erupted on Wednesday when Representative Mike Yin of Jackson urged his colleagues not to vote for introduction of a bill Rebecca Bextel championed that seeks to curb affordable housing mitigation policies. Back in the early 1900s, when Wyoming men outnumbered women 10-1, they formed matrimonial clubs to bring out mail-order brides from back east. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that historians say many 4th and 5th generation Wyoming families can trace their roots to these imported wives.
So they're called mail order brides because that's pretty much how the whole thing was facilitated, was ads through the mail. This was just basically, it was like modern day dating apps and personal ads, except it was through newspapers back in the late 1800s and early 1900s.
Park County Archives Director Robin Cutter tells Cowboy State Daily that she's found evidence of matrimonial clubs functioning in some capacity as late as the 1960s.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Hour 2 kicks off with special guests. Let me get my notes ready here. It's early in the morning and it's a Monday. I'm sure Rex is functioning 100%, but not me. Rex Arie is with us. Rex is a former lawmaker, longtime legislator, going back, let's see, in the Wyoming House from 1973 through 76, jumped up to the upper side, the Senate from 1977 to 1988. A lot of folks will remember him. Certainly if you're in Sheridan, you know Rex Arie. Rex, I saw before we get into checkgate, and we will spend time with that, I read your guest column. Don't get fooled by catchy bill titles. This is a budget session. When you were doing your thing, did you see, for instance, so many bills and so many non-budget bills during a budget session? We got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bills every session. It's so much. I don't know how you guys ever did it and do it. But yeah, especially, talk about whether there was this volume of proposed legislation when you were in the House and Senate back in the day. Thanks for being on, Rex.
Well, thank you, Jake. Going back that long, and I tried to do some checking, particularly to see how many bills were offered and how many were introduced. I couldn't find anything. I think if you went back in the archives, you probably could find that information. But my recollection is this. My first session was 73 in the House, and the voters had just approved that constitutional amendment that allowed the legislature to go from 40 days every 2 years to 60 days, including a budget session. Well, it did mention you had to have 2/3 vote for non-budget bills to be introduced. So what happened was we in 73, what we did, we put together some legislation that spelled out how it was to be done, but it didn't change the 2/3 rule. So coming to the first budget session, my second year was in 74. So we kind of had to just figure out on the fly how we were going to do it. I think we may have had a rule along the lines that the sponsor or proponent of the bill, the non-budget bill, would have maybe 5 minutes to explain why we should consider it during the budget. And then some opponent would stand up and have a couple of minutes to say why we shouldn't just wait till another year. I have no idea how many that first session were introduced. Certainly not like I was looking at all the bills that were offered this time, printed up by the Legislative Service Office. I think maybe in the two houses around 150 bills. I don't know the breakdown between House and Senate. Back in 74, there would not have been anything like that. I'll bet you that maybe 20 bills or something like that, partly because every non-budget bill had to be offered and explained before it could be voted on. Well, that slows the process down. Whereas this year, with the consent list, I think there were like 70 bills that were actually received the first day, and then a bunch that were failed. So the complexion is so different. We were, I think, disciplined, partly because we didn't know what we were doing in 74. We were just doing it on the fly, but certainly very few. And I could tell you one bill that will live in our longtime memory. In 74, we offered up the Wyoming Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, a constitutional amendment that November the voters approved, and now we have a permanent mineral trust fund that's about $12 billion.
Yeah.
So I remember that one was offered and received. Any others that received, I have no clue.
We're talking to Rex Arie, former lawmaker back in the 70s, 80s. Just a couple other things before we go to checkgate. Did you ever sit on an appropriations committee, and do you feel appropriations has such sway with what happens then in the session? We saw this year I can't remember a time heading into a budget session where appropriations committee took actions that reverberated big time. They were in the headlines, news headlines. Did appropriations have that much power in your time? Did you ever sit on that committee? And how do you feel it might be different this budget session?
Well, no, I never sat on the appropriations committee. It was always considered, I think, the most powerful committee. And I think it still is, partly because they meet longer ahead of time and they can structure how that bill is supposed to look like. But being a lawyer, I opted more for the Judiciary Committee, knowing that I probably missed an opportunity. It has been said that if you want to know state government from A to Z, the best way to do it is to be on the Appropriations Committee. It really is. It was then, it still is now. It was very powerful. I still remember Dick Jones from Park County. He was chairman of the Appropriations Committee and viewed as very powerful and influential, but I really don't ever recall the kind of action taken by the JAC back then that we saw this year.
Do you recall any time in your memory where you saw the governor's supplemental budget fail to pass as it did last year?
Well, we would have never had a supplemental budget until 74, because prior to that, the legislature met once every 2 years, and during that time, they would have to approve the budget. And there was never an opportunity the following year to do an amendment or a supplemental. I think, was it last year that the House and Senate couldn't come to an agreement and they didn't approve the supplemental budget? No, that never happened during my time. I never heard of that happening before. There was one time where we had to go into a special session, maybe in the early 80s, because we couldn't pass the appropriations bill. It got hung up over whether Wyoming should have a medical school. So we had to come back a month or two later. That's a little different than what happened last year.
Native Wyomingite Sheridan's Rex Arie is with us, Republican legislator for a long time, started in the House, moved to the Senate in the 70s, 80s. Let's get to the checkgate, what you know of it, what you've been reading. I'm sure In your time, I mean, we ran a model legislature, I think, for many decades. In fact, Wyoming was pointed to as this is how you do lawmaking. And lately, we've seen an erosion of sorts. We've seen outside politics, dark money, Washington, D.C. kind of things. And then is this checkgate thing just the latest in a progression that's heading in the wrong direction? What do you make of this?
Well, I couldn't believe it when I heard about it. Then I saw the video. That, of course, never happened or anything close to that back when I was serving. And I think it goes back generally to money is so part and parcel to legislating and politics in general, but to have let's call it a campaign contribution handed out on the floor of the House or the Senate, it frankly is unbelievable. And people are arguing whether it's bribery or whether it's just a different way of providing campaign donations. I think it just depends on how you look at it. But I'd never seen anything like it before. I do expect something will happen with House and Senate rules. You won't see it again.
I think in the check in the mail feels like a donation to your campaign and your cause. A check on the House floor on day one feels like we really need the HB such and such to move on. In your time, Rex, I mean, maybe the money didn't flow like it does today. I don't know, but were you ever influenced, other than legit lobbyists, having a cocktail with a lobbyist who says, here's why you really should be for this? Were you ever influenced in a ways, and certainly monetarily?
No, and I don't remember the numbers, but what it cost us to run was just few dollars. I mean, maybe we would put in $100 and hope to raise $300 or $400 by voluntary contributions. The amounts were so small, it wouldn't even come close to trying to influence a vote. And you're right, the closest it would come would lobbyists would talk to you and try to influence you to vote one way or the other. Money was never a factor. Now, I know it costs them a lot more to run now. I don't remember what the numbers are, but some people, I know there are some that say, I'm not going to take any campaign contributions. I don't want even the feeling that it might influence you. But if you have somebody giving $1,000 or whatever, it could cause you to take a second look at their position. But it's changed a lot over the years. It really has.
Rex, you're still practicing today, yes?
Yes, I am. Some people wonder why I'm still practicing, but yeah, I'm still practicing.
Still practicing, and one day you're going to be good at it. He's a longtime attorney. Rex Arie joins us. Hey, Rex, thank you so much. And please keep writing for Cowboy State Daily. I love to read your columns, your guest shots, because you bring the perspective from some of Wyoming's heyday decades back when, that's still the greatest state in the union, but I love to hear how it was compared to how it is, and influence from you. It's important. Keep writing.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Rex Arie joins us. We got to take a break. Weather coming next.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it.
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show in hour 2 here on a Monday, President's Day. Whichever president you want to honor today. Could be Washington. That was the original intent. Could be Lincoln. His birthday's what? Officially on the 12th? Or it could be anybody in between and thereafter. Whatever president you align with and you want to acknowledge today, go ahead. It's President's Day. Happy President's Day to you, Don.
Thank you. I loved your card. Thank you. It was very nice of you to send me a card.
Right. All right. You got some splaining to do, Lucy. I was in Buffalo just yesterday. It was like 63 and sunny. People were out there watering their lawn in mid-February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really don't recommend people do that.
No, I mean, that might have been very optimistic because in a couple days, you in Buffalo, you're going to be in the low 20s for a high, I think. But,
well, yeah, Buffalo will be single digits. Yeah, before the week's over. When you water your grass in the winter and you bring it out of hibernation and we have a long cold snap, you're going to do more harm than good.
Dude, I saw it and I'm like, I don't know if I would do that. Right. Don't turn the irrigation on again, the sprinklers back on.
Hey, no, the plumbers love it.
Right. I mean, we're pushing 70 in Torrington today. This has become the new winter. Every day I'm reading 50s and 60s for high across the state. And I just shake my head going, man, is this really winter? It's looking really brown, but we're getting a shot. And you know it because the wind's blowing.
Yeah, winds, when the wind picks up, that always means there's a sign of change coming. And, honestly, we have not really had, the last couple of weeks, we haven't really had to talk about the wind. I mean, really hasn't been a factor. But we have a big storm that's coming and forming along the West Coast, and it's we'll call it the mothership. It's going to send out 3 smaller systems, not big storms, but intense little systems over the next 5 to 6 days. And each one will be colder than the one before it. So this first one comes in tonight and tomorrow. It's going to make a lot of wind along I-25 and I-80. We have winter weather advisories in effect for all of Wyoming's western mountains, winter storm warning for the Sierra Madres. And we're going to see tonight and tomorrow a good shot of snow in the mountains, wind on the plains, a few snow showers on the plains. Then the second system that arrives Wednesday night, Thursday, actually could bring accumulating snow, not a lot, but I can see it snowing in places like Buffalo, places like Casper, places like Gillette and Sheridan, maybe down into the southern counties of the state as well. And then another system comes in Friday. So they're going to keep coming. And I would, from what I'm seeing, Jake, I think we're going to see a statewide snowpack increase of 5 to 7% by the time we're about a week from today. So we're going to, and we had avalanches over the weekend. Some of that new snow we got last week moved around, and that's going to be a concern because we're going to put more snow on top of that.
And this, I heard some other guys talking about this mothership of weather that in California is going to really feel it. Nevada, Oregon. Now, will these three pulses lose energy on their way to Wyoming?
Yeah, they always do.
Yeah,
you know, they always lose moisture because the mountains of the West really snatch it like a catcher's glove. However, this is deep enough moisture for enough period of time to transport a lot of water from the Pacific to the slopes of the Rockies. And so that's why, you know, the Sierra Nevada, conservatively, the Sierra Nevada over the next week, 8 to 14 feet of snow could fall.
I heard that. I couldn't believe it. So you're verifying. Yeah, that is, that's good news. I mean, snowpack everywhere. As a bonus, we'd love to get moisture east of the divide here in Wyoming, but that's tough. Let's hope we do. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast. Cowboy State Daily, that's your weather in a nutshell. Still crazy warm over the weekend, man. People out there mowing the lawn, watering the lawn on February 15th. What? But that's going to change. We're going to get a shot of winter really all week. 3 pulses sent out from the mothership over California. That's kind of your weather explained by a real meteorologist. The mothership over California is sending us 3 pulses of weather, and it's going to feel like winter this week, which it has not really all winter long. Betsy Hale's with us, CEO of Cheyenne Leads. Betsy, I don't have camera on you, but that's okay. If you can.
No.
Is that all right?
I'm working on it.
Okay, no problem.
Hey,
there you are. How's everything?
There you go. You can see how my office is all a mess.
That's all right. How's everything? Well, 2 exciting things. You've been busy at Cheyenne Leads. 2 huge success stories. Let's start with what I'll say is the bigger one, but they're both big. The PRCA, we already heard news, so just to catch everybody up, our listeners up on this, the PRCA headquarters, Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, the museum, the whole shebang, they're thinking about moving to Wyoming, and you showed them what could be their new digs the other day. How'd they like it?
Oh, they liked it a lot. You know, one of the things that they had a challenge with down in Colorado Springs is they were kind of surrounded by a traditional commercial industrial business park. And actually their next door neighbor was going to become a 55 and older assisted living campus, kind of restricted living, and they could no longer see Pikes Peak. And so they really were discouraged as an organization. And so now what Leads does best is we build these business parks. So we're working with a property owner to acquire up to 600 acres of land. And the Hall of Fame and Museum will be the first resident of the park. So we're really excited about that. They'll be on 35 acres. They'll have incredible views, and we'll build conditions, covenants, and restrictions to prevent those types of development that they would prefer not to have.
That was my follow-up question, Betsy. Knowing that this is the kind of just the first, or maybe even the anchor of this business park, how do you fit all the next pieces of the puzzle together when you don't know what they're going to be? It's interesting. It's got to be complicated.
Yeah, so we have in all of our business parks, we have commercial owners associations. And so those commercial owners associations really work together. We meet a couple times a year. We set a budget, and we really talk about what are the compatible businesses, what are the business types. And so we'll look at what do we do with an industry that's focused on our Western heritage, that's focused on animal athletes, as well as cowgirls and cowboys. And we'll look at what are the things that are fitting. And so, of course, a hotel convention center that fits with their mission and what they do, hopefully themed somewhat like they are. An equine facility, a place where we can have year-round rodeo, that'll be really important. We tell people to come to Cheyenne and live the legend. And they can't necessarily do that outside of the 10 days that they come to Cheyenne Frontier Days. And so there'll be those types of businesses. There'll be some retail, some restaurant. We lost our Outlaw Saloon. So we really don't have a cowboy bar other than the Bunkhouse and maybe Little Bears. So we're hoping that we can secure something like that. So we're pretty confident that we'll find some good neighbors for them.
Yeah, we need a Billy Bob's of Wyoming like they have in Texas. We need like a big old honky tonk. That would work.
Yeah. Well, I did go down to Fort Worth at Thanksgiving and I walked around and I spent probably too much money on too many clothes and hats and boots and things like that. But, it really gave me a flavor for what are the kinds of things that we need to bring to Cheyenne. And, this isn't just for the PRCA. This is for our community, and we really do. When we call it the Hitching Post District, when we call that area the Hitching Post District, we want to pay homage to the Smith family and to that legacy and that history of that anchor project, that hotel and meeting space that we had before the fires. And so that's one of our goals, but it's also going to be a place where our own residents can go out and gather and spend time multi-generationally with grandma and grandpa and the grandkids and do all those things. There'll be public spaces, sculpture gardens, serenity gardens. Just, this will be a well thought out lifestyle community area.
What a vision. CEO of Cheyenne Leads, Betsy Hail is with us. You spoke of like this anchor jewel that was the Hitching Post, but before the Hitching Post, it was the Inner Ocean Hotel. It was the place where movers and shakers did business, man. It was the vision of Barney Ford. And unfortunately, since we've lost that, it's been nothing. Too long, it's been nothing, Betsy. What heritage in this place? Let's talk about the Harry Hines office building, the whole...
So long story, but I'll make it short. When I got announced as the new CEO after Randy retired and they went through a search, really didn't have any conversations around, projects that I'd have to undertake. And so my daughter got online and she said, "Mom, what's the hole?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, somebody online, once they saw you were going to be the new CEO, said, well, maybe she'll fix the hole."
Oh.
And I was like, I don't know what the hole is, And then I moved downtown. I actually lived at the corner of 17th and Central for 3 years. And I'd walk by the hole just about every day to go get my car out of the parking garage. And so it was like one of those things that kind of sticks in your craw, And so we were the owners of the hole at the time. We had bought it from the Children's Museum so that they would have some financial resources to go and build at their new campus. And we looked at it. We looked at demoing it. Oh my goodness, 40 years empty practically. And here we were going to knock down this iconic building. And then we found out you can't, after it burned down a couple times, they decided to build it out of steel and concrete. Well, that doesn't burn real well. And a lot of people don't realize it looks like there's wood on the window frames and stuff like that. It's actually just steel that's been painted to look like wood. And so it's no easy task to knock that down. And it's a bigger problem to what you do with all the waste material. And we don't have a landfill in Wyoming that will take that kind of material. So it was really the miles that you have to put on the debris that would cost so much. So, but we're really excited. We had an opportunity to sell the property to the Hines owners, Full Circle Realty, so that they could be just one owner, because they're going to share a lot of things. They're going to share firewalls. They're going to share fire stairways. They're going to share an elevator. So there's going to be a lot of public improvements, ADA compliance that would be shared between those two buildings. And so they'll become 69 houses. And I'm pretty confident, the city came up with that 6-penny large project fund for the public portions of the project. And Cheyenne Leads, we're going to put $1 million of our own money into it to make sure that we fill that gap, that we fill the gap that the owner has, that the developer has. And now with this WCDA announcement, the fact that the WCDA awarded them over $6 million in tax credits, whether they're historic preservation or low-income housing, and then offered them a loan as well. That's the tiramisu of financing. That's what it's going to take. Mm-hmm. Everybody's got to come in with a little bit of, hey, let's get this done.
Yes, because it was tried over and over. There was developers that have looked at this for 40 years and could not make it pencil. It reminds me, Betsy, so much of what a similar hole in Jackson Hole, if you know of the hole. It was a housing outfit bought it, and with plans to make affordable housing. They couldn't make it work. It changed hands. And then, pretty soon, year after year, there's still a hole. And you're wondering why as an average resident. It's just so hard, developers. But it's come together. Thanks in great part. I'm going to give you the shout out. It's facilitating organizations like this that pull everything together, pull the strings, whether you're in it financially, and you're putting your own money in it. And just burning up phones and saying, can you do that? Can we make it all happen? And it turns out to be a win-win because we're going to fill a hole, your daughter will be glad to know, and get some workforce housing out of it. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I want to urge your listeners to be cautious because of the types of federal funding that is part of this. There always comes a few golden handcuffs.
Yeah.
And so there'll need to be an environmental study that's required to get the low-income housing tax credit. So that'll probably take about 120 days. And then, of course, if you understand how these tax credits work, you have to find somebody who's high net worth, whether that's a person or an institution, a lender, that needs the tax credits. So then you have to sell the tax credits, and the tax credits are 15 years of tax credits. So, none of this happens overnight, but we really do hope that by the first quarter of next year, so that's not that far away now because we're already almost to March, that we see things happen in there and that we see that project moving forward. Now, some people say some of it will start this last quarter of this year, and that'd be awesome. But I don't want to tell your listeners that things are going to happen next Tuesday.
Well, we got it in the works anyhow. All we need, maybe between you and Mayor Collins, who was on the show the other day, Cheyenne leads Mayor Collins, you start throwing some fancy gala parties and events, and you find out a big check donor who can step up and, get the tax credits. I'm sure it'll work out, the financing. We're closer than we've ever been, filling the hole. Right. The Heinz building. Very encouraging. The PRCA thing, very encouraging. And behind it all, working in the background, Cheyenne leads. So cool. Betsy Hail joins us.
And we intend to stay that way, behind the scenes.
All right.
This is more press than I've had in 6 years.
I know. All right. We still might need to have you on the show again, but you can go incognito. We'll blur your face and we won't tell anybody who you are.
Yeah,
maybe.
There you go. There you go. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks for everything you're reportedly doing behind the scenes.
Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate it, Betsy. Have a great day.
All right. Take care, Jake. See you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're rolling along here in hour 2 on a Monday. We'll be right back. We got a quick break. And I'm going to get Senator Eric Barlow in here, and we're going to talk more about checkgate and some legislation he's proposed, including stem cell stuff. Very interesting. Right after this.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our everyday, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Back to the show after break, and it's Senator Eric Barlow joins us. Good to have you on. Good morning. How's, let's see, you're officially Monday, so we're 1 week in. How's it been?
First one week down, 3 more to go, including this week. So,
yeah.
Well, I guess if you're watching the press, you're seeing there's lots of action down here. Some of it really good action and some kind of disappointing.
Some of it shenanigans, and if shenanigans happen, it's going to be the House. Let's just blame it on
and unfortunate that it happens anywhere.
Yeah,
certainly. But there's good work happening down here too. Let's be clear.
Yeah, and we will focus on that good work. We'll talk about joint resolution. We'll talk about that stem cell treatment thing. I'm really interested in that. Other bills that you are behind, and of course the budget. But first the whole checkgate thing. Certainly, I think the reaction of the Senate as a whole has been disappointment at the very least. And you took action right away, seeing what happened in the House. You want to just nip it in the bud, kind of thing. Senator, what were your reactions? Did you have eyes on this? When did you find out? Did you find out through the media, reading it? Like, wow, I don't know.
Well, let's be clear. Anything that undermines the integrity of the institution and the individuals who serve in the institution is damaging. It's damaging for all of us. And it damages the relationship we have with the citizens of Wyoming.
Yeah.
So it's unequivocal, this has been damaging. The Senate, I think, is through our President Weidman, is he had a very strong statement, which I stand behind firmly. And obviously, there's other investigatory things going on, and I'm not party to them. Don't anticipate participating in them in any way. But I hope they're robust and that really the trust of the people can be restored through this process.
There is a 7-person investigative task force that's been launched. It was a House effort, or was that a joint effort? Is that House or Senate?
No, that's all House effort. And I'm, like I said, I'm not privy to the details. Not privy to the process. I was a presiding officer at one point, and so Speaker of the House, and so it's not uncommon that you have items come along that need attending to, but generally they're not done in such a public way. So this one is a little unique in that it's, was revealed in such a public way, and that, quite honestly, folks feel it's very egregious as well.
Yeah. And now, if these contributions, these donations, these checks that were handed out turn out to be legit, and there's certainly you can fund lawmakers and their campaigns. You get donor money. It happens all the time, usually in the mail, not usually right there on day one in the session on the floor. It's just not a good look, and it's not the right place.
Well, like I said, there's still more information to be invested. There's an investigation, right? There's an investigation to understand all the details of what occurred. I think it's not a good look. I think that's an understatement. And you are correct that people can support candidates But I don't know that anybody's, with the exception of me, for a different office, there's not a lot of folks that have announced candidacy for different offices.
Yeah.
Right now, and the official filing period, even for statewide offices, is until May. So anyway, look, those folks have things to attend to. I'm going to trust that the process, carries forth, and that the citizens of Wyoming will have the confidence that it was addressed appropriately in the end.
One last thing on the topic, Senator Barlow, and then we'll let it rest and let you get back to budgeting. That's what we're here for. Right. You did, what some of the recourses that may come out when the investigation's all said and done, just to make sure everything's transparent, just to regain the trust of the Wyoming voters. Maybe we would talk about just, hey, no money, no contributions during session. 20 days, 30, 40 days, like you're just not going to do it because, as you pointed out, some lawmakers are running for another office and maybe they're receiving a check for a whole different reason. Look, maybe we just don't do checks and donations during session.
Yeah, I think that's one of the approaches that's being considered. The Senate, there was the hearings of our Rules Committee last week, and they took up some of this type of thing. Is that you don't exchange checks or don't receive or give checks in the Senate chambers or in the halls of the Senate, is what the words are, and during session as well. You can have that caveat if you're running for a legislative office. I think the more significant question is, you shouldn't receive a check from anybody if you have a matter before you that they have an interest in. And that's the real nexus that I think, you can talk about those other first two nexuses. One's a place, one's a timing, but the real one is, do you have something before the legislature that is of interest to you? And if you do, both the donor and the legislator should be very cautious about saying, yes, it's a good time for you to support me financially.
Yeah, that creates an uneasy connection. That really looks like quid pro quo. That really looks like potential bribery. I get it. Yeah. So just to make this segue less jarring, we'll go from Representative Provenza, who took the photo evidence of these checks distribution. She's really high on this corner crossing thing, keeping public lands protected, decisions local. You also tell me what the Joint Resolution 9 is. It the same piece of legislation primarily that Representative Provenza is behind? We want to just make sure corner crossing is we know what it is and we know it's legal, not just this. Well, we know it's not illegal. We need to define it better.
Yeah, so I think this Senate Joint Resolution is not related to the corner crossing bill.
Okay.
This Senate Joint Resolution is a statement to Congress for the clarifying to them, I think, at least the position of the Wyoming Senate, and I hope the House takes it up and approves it well, about the value of public lands in Wyoming. There where we raise cattle and sheep. There are places where minerals are mined and we recreate, right? People, they four-wheel on it, they ski in it, they backpack, they do all kinds of and hunt and fish. Go down the list of all the things they do. Well, in the past year, you've heard about some of the efforts to limit or to change ownership of public lands. Some of them have been, very discrete parts of federal lands, and others have been more of a, wholesale fire sale of, And so anyway, so this is more of an affirmative statement of how valuable public lands are to the citizens of Wyoming, to what we do, to where we live. There are heritage, and they're, quite honestly, for many people, they're a posterity too. They are we want our kids and grandkids to be able to enjoy and work on and recreate in as well. So the corner crossing is a very different issue. That's obviously a legal issue. This is a statement of values, if you will. It's a statement of what do we really care about in Wyoming? And as you know, I've been traveling around the state for other purposes. And one of the most unifying things is how important public lands are across this state.
It certainly came up last year, and it was, maybe a surprise to many. So, yeah, this is Senator Eric Barlow and making it clear to D.C. how much we value our public lands. Joint Resolution 9 was introduced last week on Friday, and I'll be interested. I'll be keeping an eye on that because you're right. One thing that does unify most of us in Wyoming is our public land and access to it, and we need to send that message back east loud and clear. Let's talk about the lawmakers' move to bypass FDA on stem cell treatments. These would be stem cell treatments of your own stem cells. Explain how it works, what you're trying to do with this bill.
Yeah, so stem cell therapy, excuse me, stem cell therapy is something that you can already receive, quote unquote, stem cell therapy in the United States. But it's stem cell therapy. I'm just going to be 1.0, right? It's basic thing. What we're trying to do with this bill, and it's based under right to try. Right to try is both a state law and a federal law that says, hey, there are treatments that are available scientifically that the regulatory scheme, FDA, Food and Drug Administration, has just not kept up with. It's slow, they're bureaucratic, etc. Now, that's not to say that this current federal administration isn't trying to move things along. But what this bill does is basically say it's time to kick it in gear. Wyoming can be a leader here. We're going to use we're going to have a safe, legal, and ethically, contained opportunity for people to use their own cells for their own powerful healing medicine. And that's what this is. And like I said, I think it's a clear path to putting Wyoming in the driver's seat and providing this type of advanced healthcare, legitimate advanced healthcare to Wyoming citizens. And the testimonials, the bill's already passed out of committee, so I didn't have some of these testimonials, but we have now collected a half a dozen different testimonials, other folks that are interested in this. And all of them say, hey, look, we believe in it, we wanted it, and we all had to go outside of the United States, outside of the country, to receive these treatments that made a difference in our lives. And this is Wyoming people, right? We didn't get folks from somewhere else. These are Wyoming people who said, hey, it made a difference for me. These are young people. These are, athletes. These are, working people that, just said, I need what we have available is not working. Traditional medical approaches, stem cells an option, and I need to go try it. And they had success. So, we're going to try to, there's two things. We want to provide it in Wyoming, but we also want the FDA to move faster in their processes. So there's kind of a push and pull on this.
If you can prod the FDA into moving faster, you bottle that magic. Stem Cell Freedom Act SF42 is what we're talking about. Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, no. Well, and I was in DC in December, went to Health and Human Services, which of course is FDA is a part of that agency, or that FDA is part of that department. And they were clear. They are trying to push it along. They are trying to get there. And I said, well, we are too, and we're going to stay ahead of you until you get it right. And so that's what this is. And I think, like I said, I think this is a really positive step forward. But the support has been, very broad-based. And because we have good sideboards on this, meaningful sideboards in all different components. So we'll keep moving it along. It'll be on the floor, hopefully, on Committee of the Whole tomorrow. The public lands one, just to go back for that just a moment, Jake, I think that'll be heard Thursday in committee. So folks who are interested, I believe it's going to be heard in the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee on Thursday. I'll talk to Chairman Landon about that. It was sent to Judiciary Committee, but we'll do a little re-referral, and hopefully it'll go there. They have a little more time, but we'll keep it moving. This one, like I said, it'll be hopefully up on Committee of the Whole, which is the first reading in the Senate, hopefully tomorrow. And then I've got that other roadside one that'll be up today, actually, I hope.
Oh yeah, what's that? First responders roadside, and I mean, obviously we got the, give them room, slow down, change lanes things. What is this?
Well, so right now we have wreckers that go along the side of the road, and they can have flashing lights to, warn people that they're there and they're doing their work. But if you've been down the road enough times, sometimes somebody runs out of gas. Sometimes they have a flat tire. Sometimes they, have other mechanical issues, and it may or may not be a wrecker that shows up.
Yeah.
So we're just going to give the same ability for those vehicles, they're, roadside service vehicles or tire repair vehicles, to have those flashing lights, be on the side of the road, keeps everybody a little more protected. As you know, when you have one of these incidents, often, whether it's an emergency or just a breakdown, HP shows up. They help out where they can, and they're obviously sometimes very helpful, but sometimes they have to call somebody else has to be called. And when that tow truck gets there or that service truck gets there, guess what? HP drives away, or the SO drives away, sheriff. Well, then all of a sudden, those flashing lights aren't there anymore. Trying to warn people, us, you and I, driving by, that, hey, there's someone alongside the road, just give them a little bit of room, be cautious. So this puts those lights on those other types of service vehicles. And look, it's just about this is, every one of these things came from somebody in my community saying, hey, could we take a look at this?
Yeah.
And this came from a service company in my community that has trucks from different parts of the state, just saying, man, this would help keep my guys and my gals safe along the side of the road, and for the traveling public to be safer too.
I mean, a bill like this, I mean, it should be common sense to motorists when you see something on the side of the road. It doesn't matter what color light or no light, just slow it down. Right. And because we've already lost a life, and maybe we can save a life with a piece of legislation like this. Thanks, Senator Barlow. Let's get down to the budget. One last thing before we let you go. I mean, we should be knee deep in the budget by now, but the sidetrack that was checkgate maybe slowed things down. But I'm sure this week you'll be digging into it. How does it work? Whether you got subcommittees, whether you're going line by line, who are you simultaneously working on the budget, House and Senate, and what, the big items we see are, is cuts to the university, defunding of the business council, whatever it is. It's going to be a lot going on, a lot of redlining, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think, to that point, I think there's already been a lot of redlining. Now we got to figure out if we want to, how do we want to address some of those red lines? So I think it is the budget session, and Wyoming is one of 2 states that does a 2-year budget. And so what we're doing now is for 2 fiscal years, July through the following June, 2 following Junes. So we're unique in that point. We have 2 years. So we're having to forecast quite a ways out there, right? That first the governor presents his idea what it should be, and then our Joint Appropriations Committee takes it up, and they take all the testimony, and then they make their adjustments. And now it comes to the entire legislature. Now, the budget bill itself is unique, and it's a mirror bill, i.e. the 2 identical bills. One goes to the House, one goes to the Senate at the same time.
Okay.
And so it's not like you go through the House and then you go to the Senate. The Capitol Hill, how a bill becomes a law.
Yes.
This one is a little unique. This one's a duet. How's that? This one's not Bill run up. This is Bill and Bill running up the stairs. Bill 1, Bill 2. So we have this process. And last week on Thursday and Friday, our Joint Appropriations Committee, the Senate Appropriations Committee and the Senate explained what the bill now does. So that was on Thursday and Friday, and it went on for about 6 or 8 hours. They just said, here's what we did. Here's what the governor said. Here's what we did. Here's what the governor said. Here's what we did. And they have to basically justify their actions to the body. The governor had his idea. This is why we think we changed it. And this is why it's important. So that was it. Now, tomorrow, which will be the 17th, and then again on the 19th, we have second reading and third reading. So on committee of the whole, that first reading, you can't make an amendment. You just listen. You just listen to the explanation. So now on second reading tomorrow, we will amend legislators, myself as a senator, my colleagues on the House, they have their own bill they're doing this with. We just walk through it and say, okay, for this agency, anybody want to make any changes? If I have a change I want to make, I stand up and present my change. The body votes on it. If it goes up, great. If it goes down, it goes down. And then you just go through the entire budget, all the agencies in state government doing that.
Yeah.
So when people say this is a budget session, that's all you should be doing. Well, the budget session is true, but the members of the legislature really only get 2 days to work with the budget, and that's second and third reading, to actually craft it or to make suggestions, amendments to the budget. And then after it passes the Senate and passes the House, each of those two bills after second and third reading, so second Tuesday, third Thursday, then it goes to a conference committee immediately between the two houses. And that leadership appoints the president and the speaker appoint that conference committee, and then they work out their differences, or try to.
Yeah.
And come up with a conference committee report. And if they agree to one, then it comes back to the bodies and we sign off on it. So really active working time for the entire Senate or House for the budget is really maybe 3 to 5 days, where you're actually amending the budget or discussing the particulars of the budget. And so that leaves another 15 days you can do other work. And that's what is occurring with these other bills. You know, you named off 2 bills that I have and a joint resolution. There's other colleagues have other bills. So we work on other things while we're doing this. The budget doesn't include capital construction, doesn't include a recalibration, which is our K-12 education funding, which is also required this year. It's part of the cycle that we're on. Every 5 years, we take that up. So there are other bills beside the budget that are very important to the state of Wyoming and to what we're responsible for accommodating.
Thanks for that insight. That's interesting to know how it works, how the sausage is approved, so to speak, in the budget session. Senator Eric Barlow spending time with us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Have a great day, everybody.
You have a great day as well. We got to get to news. Let's do that right now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his agency is investigating last week's incident in which a Teton County GOP leader handed checks to lawmakers on the State House floor after adjournment. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the sheriff's investigation is different from the House's decision to launch their own examination.
When they were debating forming that panel, it was Representative Chris Knapp who said, maybe this is something that we should forward to a criminal agency, that we should ask the AG about.
The controversy erupted on Wednesday when Representative Mike Yin of Jackson urged his colleagues not to vote for introduction of a bill Rebecca Bextel championed that seeks to curb affordable housing mitigation policies like those prevalent in Teton County and its seat of Jackson. Speaking of the legislature, lawmakers get back to work and start the second week of the budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this week it's all about amendments and funding.
And they're going to maybe have a tug of war with the Joint Appropriations Committee and some of the changes it made. And then hopefully each chamber gets a budget that it is satisfied with before both chambers try to reconcile the budget with one another. The other big thing that's going on is they're trying to recalibrate education, which means they're trying to do a full-scale reassessment on what we pay for education.
Even though a court order for education recalibration is on pause right now, the Senate is taking it up by introducing a recalibration bill unanimously. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. For decades, the Hitching Post Inn in Cheyenne wasn't just a hotel, it was the most powerful spot in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that nearly every legislator stayed there, and that's where deals were finalized.
Pretty fascinating to consider that you had virtually an entire legislature all bunking at the same place during the session. And there would be receptions 7 nights a week, dinner parties. People were having conversations at the bar late in the night. The way they described it is it was always about lawmaking. You were always working on fixing some problem with some bill.
It wasn't just the local politicians who stayed at the Hitch. Spiro Agnew, the U.S. Vice President to Richard Nixon, stayed at the historic inn. Ultimately, the fire consumed the historic inn in 2010. Work is quickly progressing just outside Kemmerer at TerraPower's first-of-its-kind nuclear power project. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the 167-foot-tall facility will stress test massive natrium reactor components.
It's really just a giant mechanics shop. And what they're going to do is they're going to test these because this is the first one ever, right? And this will be the only test and fill facility that they do. They're going to bring these gigantic pieces of the natrium reactor in. They're going to test them. This will be the place that they test these in the molten sodium environment to figure out if everything works the way they think it will work.
Backed by billionaire Bill Gates, the novel 345-megawatt nuclear power plant will be much smaller and much cheaper than the hulking reactors of old.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, and we're so honored to have Representative Karlee Provenza with us. I had to remember to record this. We're going to replay this segment. That's how important this interview is going to be. We're going to replay it in the final hour. No pressure, Representative Provenza. You know, if this whole lawmaking thing doesn't work out, you have a career in photojournalism. Already being heralded as a Pulitzer Prize nominee photo. Where do we start? The checkgate alerted, you know, I don't know what to make. Let's ask this. What do you make of the fact that the first two House reps to cry foul, were Democrats? You and Representative Mike Yin. You got the photo, and Mike said this isn't right, and it was interesting. I don't know what to take away from this. I don't want to make it more political than it is and partisan, but yes, it was two Democrats who said this looks wrong.
Yeah, Jake, I would say I think the fact that we're Democrats is irrelevant. This is about right and wrong.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing lawmakers band together on those lines. What is right and what is wrong, and what happened on Monday evening was wrong, and it was a major violation of the people's trust, which is why I took that photo and why I made it public.
I'm glad you did. I want to talk about the photo also a little bit, but take me back to what happened. Now, that was Monday, and it's the opening day, and there's the State of the State, there's Wyoming Supreme Court. There's just a lot of speechifying on day one, and then the day adjourns. Then this check thing happened. How that photo you took couldn't have been the first check doled out. How did it come into your awareness? So many House members said, well, I didn't see it. You saw it. How did you see one and then another and say, where's my phone? How did it happen?
Actually, I was sitting at my desk, And I turned around, and Representative Nina Weber was escorting Rebecca Bextel and two women that I didn't know onto the floor. And I know who Rebecca Bextel is, so I recognized her immediately. And she had what looked like checks in her hand. And that was when my spidey senses were like, this seems inappropriate. And so I turned around and then watched her give a check to, I believe she started with Joe Webb. And I stood up and I positioned myself into the photo. So I wasn't across the room. I was right there. And I took, I think, 4 photographs immediately as she was handing the check after she had handed the check to Representative Marlene Brady, and then to Representative Darren McCann.
Yes, and by the way, Rebecca Bextel, Teton County Republican Party committee woman, who is behind the cause of at least 2 pieces of legislation from Teton County concerning affordable housing, mitigation fees, etc. Meanwhile, a statement from the Teton County GOP saying that she does not, Bextel does not speak for us. Anything she did was on her own. Then everybody throwing everybody under the bus. Mike Yin, so what do you make of your initial reaction? Representative Yin, you can't speak for him, but the two of you said, This should not happen on the House floor on day one. Like, this is wrong optics. What was the initial reaction? Because I feel like you weren't heard out right away. It was more, especially the next day. Representative Yin went hard on it, saying, hey, anything she's backing, any bill, we should throw it right out. So what about the reaction you got initially? And then, of course, the media went wild with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was insinuated that Representative Yin lied by multiple members of the body, notably Rachel Rodriguez-Williams and John Baer. And Speaker Nyman made a comment as well about where can you substantiate this? And at that time, obviously we could, but it was not necessarily public at that point. I'll tell you, Jake, I sent that photo to a member of the press Monday, moments after I took it.
Yeah.
Because I was invested in having somewhat findings of facts. At that time, I didn't know if it was illegal. I didn't know if it was an ethics violation, but I did know that the public needed to know and that we needed to get to the bottom of it. And I'm in my previous life, I was a private investigator. And so I just thought this couldn't be something that happened behind closed doors. This couldn't be a private matter. It needed to be something that was done publicly.
Good point. Representative Karlee Provenza joins us as a former PI. You know the power of photographic evidence. It's pretty important. Tom Lubnow wrote a column for the Cowboy State Daily. He lauded your photo as crucial to this because I fear the initial reaction was to downplay, and, we all don't want to think this kind of stuff, whatever it turns out to be, could happen with our lawmakers, pay for votes or quid pro quo or whatever that looks like. And I think without the photo, Representative Provenza, there could have been, I didn't see it, because many House members we talked to said, I didn't see it. I just heard secondhand. That photo is like, there it is.
Yeah. Well, and Jake, in their defense, not everybody was on the floor when that happened, right? It was, there were a few members on the floor, and I was one of them, and I was right there. So I don't want the public to think that all 62 members had an opportunity to see this. That's not the case. It just was very quick. It happened in a matter of seconds, and I just felt compelled to act.
So what do? The deed is done. Now you got to move forward. What did you suggested, I think, and you weren't the only one who hey, we got to form a task force. Let's get a committee. We got to look into this. I want to know what the checks were, for one, and then we'll talk about the look it gives to voters when they see this happen. What did you do immediately?
Yeah. So when on Thursday morning after this had been revealed and the news article came out, and I learned more facts of what had happened during that news article, just like everybody else. I wrote a motion to convene a special committee that would investigate this incident, and that motion included 7 members of the House. That one would include the minority party and would be nominated by the speaker. They're going to hear complaints and evidence, or they have subpoena power. So everyone will be testifying under oath. And I made it so that the convening of this would be public. Again, I didn't want this to happen behind closed doors.
Yeah. Good. Do we know who the members are yet?
We do. I don't think I have them memorized, but the chairman of the committee is Art Washut from Natrona County. I believe Marilyn Connolly, Ruben Tarver. Gosh, I have the list posted on my Facebook account, but there's 7 members.
Yeah.
Ivan Posey is the minority member that is present in that committee.
Okay. So one more thing regarding the timeline. This happened end of business day, Monday. What was session like Tuesday and Wednesday before this really became, hit the press, so to speak? What was the feel Tuesday and Wednesday in the House?
I mean, we were certainly going through introduction, and a lot of bills were dying in that process. Yeah. And so, I think depends on who you ask. I think we were doing good work for the most part. Yeah. And we were moving through bills and doing our job and our constitutional obligation, which is we need to get a budget passed. And, we considered things like recal. So very consequential week. I didn't realize it would be as historical as it was.
I mean, in your mind, though, was the incident as you photographed it, was that swept under the rug? Were you like, well, we got to get down to real business? Did you feel you weren't being heard? I mean, or was it just a side plot? Like,
as I stated, Jake, the body didn't know I had a photograph.
Yeah.
Until it hit the news.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important, again, having the opportunity for the press to ask questions and get honest answers, but from the people that were involved. And they certainly did their efforts to, I think, get some answers on that, but it's obviously not enough. There needs to be more of a public process where the public participates and gets to watch it, which is why I brought that motion. But even though I've been an investigator, I couldn't go investigate all the facts of this case. And I wasn't sure that handing it over to Speaker Nyman was the wisest thing that I could have done. And so I did what I did. I sent it to the press.
Yeah. And also, Sheriff Kozak, our friend Sheriff Brian Kozak, is looking into it regarding any legalities of the check, whether the checks are fine and all is above board with that. It's just, it's the public trust and the time and place. Definitely not great. Not a great look. No. Regarding campaign contributions, checks you receive, you receive payment. What would you regard as influence for a vote? What is the normal course of business? I mean, do you get checks in the mail? I would imagine not on the House floor, but it happens. But electeds are paid for their campaigns.
Yeah. I mean, my P.O. box isn't at my desk. It's at home in Laramie. House District 45 is where my P.O. box is located. I also have had donor portals on my website where people can donate at any time, but I would ask people not to do that right now. Please do not donate to me. I'm not a candidate. I think that we need to have real conversations about what we should be doing here. I am not opposed at all to having blackout dates where we can't accept funds, campaign contributions during the session. I think maybe even in the weeks prior to the session, we shouldn't be accepting funds. And I have every intention to take down my my webpage so that people can't donate by accident even right now. So I think we should be here to do the people's work, and we'll be looking into how we can support that. But it calls into question all the ways that we receive money, and the public doesn't trust government right now, and I don't blame them. And this is part of the problem.
Yeah.
So we need to clean house here. We can't have this stain anymore.
No, you got to go double down on transparency now and really get this cleared up, because you're right. It doesn't take much to erode public trust. So much to build it, but it could be gone in a second. One incident. I appreciate you having the wherewithal to take the photo to send it to media. I don't want to break my arm patting our back at media, but it wasn't until you saw it in the news that it seemed to be taken more seriously at the Capitol. But let's move on to just a couple more things. I know you got to get to work. I want to talk about the legalizing corner crossing, making it real. Right now it lives in this space where it's not illegal, but nobody said it's legal. House Bill 19, how's that going?
I think it's going well. And I will say corner crossing right now is legal. You can corner cross in Wyoming. Please do so in a manner that matches what the 10th Circuit said, but it is currently legal. What we're doing is trying to codify what the 10th Circuit's decision was in our statutes, because law enforcement doesn't read court decisions to determine whether you're trespassing or not. They read our green books. And so this is clarifying for law enforcement to ensure that people have access to their public lands now and for future generations.
I like this personally, House Bill 90. The idea that we hear these data centers and how useful they're going to be. We got to win this AI race, et cetera, et cetera. And then suddenly they don't use water or hardly at all. We're a state that, man, look at this winter. We're going through drought periods. The idea that data centers don't use water, if that's true, I mean, coming from the data center people, okay, but let's find out ourselves whether that's true. How much water do they use?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's an important one. As you said, where's the moisture? It's too dang hot here, and it is too dang dry. We need to know what our water looks like. We need to start taking this seriously, because the people downstream are going to be knocking on the door when they're out of water, and we're at the headwaters. We need to protect our resources, again, now and for future generations.
In the world of education, we can all agree we want what's best for our kids. We want school choice, all that kind of stuff. I appreciated your letter, your guest shot on the Cowboy State Daily, February 11th. Parental rights, yes. We want parents to have rights in the education and all that, but we gotta pay attention to homeschool and not open a door to possible abuse.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that bill was to be considered on Thursday. It was number 2 in the lineup. And when I made my motion, it dropped off. So it is not being considered anymore. That bill is dead. But we currently have no process to check on kids that are being homeschooled. And certainly most kids are in loving families and are getting a great education at home. I don't want to degrade that, but as we've seen in the past year, there are kids that are homeschooled that are being abused. And when I was growing up, my family did foster care, and some of the foster kids that we had at our home had cigarette burns. They had never left their home. And they were homeschooled. So we need parental rights shouldn't give people the right to abuse children. And kids are safer when they have people that are overseeing their health and safety.
Representative Karlee Provenza makes time for us on this Monday morning. Happy President's Day. Have a great Monday. Thank you for everything you're doing down there.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Absolutely. All right, we got to get a break. What do I got coming next? Robert Shippy is here. I'm excited for this. I think we got to call him. So, I got to figure out how to call him. I got his phone number. Robert Shippy's the guy behind Sharktana. When all the ice and snow recedes from the glaciers, what's buried under there is what was former ocean bed in Montana, Wyoming, and the Rocky Mountains. And what if living still is a frozen sharks and they become thawed out in this new global warming? Look at it. It's 68 degrees today in Torrington, man. The ice and snow is melting and sharks are lying in wait underneath the snow to attack. Sharktana, the movie. Robert Shippy wrote it. I think he'll be on next if I can figure out the phone. I'll work at it. Let's take a break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, we're going to get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and joining us live from a shark tank somewhere, it's Robert Shippy, screenwriter of Sharktana. The movie you didn't know you needed.
Well, absolutely. Well, we did need it because I wanted to have something go big, and so I could contribute to the ski patrol. They're the unsung heroes.
And that's the hope that Ski Patrol will benefit. They're on the front line after all. They're first responders in shark bites. They're going to have to get trained up in how to deal with, amputation, shark bites, stuff like that. But if they're
pretty trained. I think they'll have to have a new program now.
It is. I don't know where to start. Let's see. This movie should never be made when you count up how many doubting Thomases they were. The elevator pitch from Robert Shippy to any executive producer had to be met with a quick, no thanks.
Not really. I got a hold of Allison Whitmore there at the film commissioner, and after an hour and a half of talking, she says, I'm going to help you make this a reality. She's seen my vision right off the top, so she's the one that gave me confidence of starting this. I was just going to do a GoPro, like a Blair Witch Project or something, get some friends and have some fun. But Allison said, nope, we're gonna put this on the big screen, and it's been a roller coaster ride since. It's not a ride unless you're on a roller coaster.
Yeah, that's true. So we're gonna go big with this big screen, Sharktana. Obviously. Prior to Jaws, when did sharks become the bad? They are the go-to villain for Hollywood, for screenwriters like yourself. Sharks are scary.
That's right. I watched Jaws when I was very young, or not that young. Well, I don't want to get my age away, but and it scared me. I didn't like the ocean very much to begin with because I'm afraid of the ocean, tidal waves, and all that stuff, and then they add sharks to it. I said no, and of course, different. My cousin Sammy Austin in Florida, he's a dive master, so he goes down, takes pictures, and all sorts of stuff. So
yeah, no, not for me. We're talking about the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Anna Louise Jackson wrote it. The horror comedy movie Sharktana begins filming,
and it was awesome because she came up and she became an extra, and she was also the hero mother.
Is that right?
Yeah, she's got her part in the Sharktana movie.
Careful when you come interview a screenwriter, you might get written into a scene or two. Interesting.
Her article, when I read it, almost made me cry. I got very emotional. She hit all the points, and it just I don't know. Of course, we was a little strung out when it came out, getting ready for the movie. So many things that can go wrong. Something like no snow. That kind of is worrisome when you try to make a snow movie. But we all prayed a lot, and the day before we started filming, the sky opened up and dropped some snow, just enough snow that we could create a nice winter movie.
Yeah.
Dressed around Christmas.
But the premise, though, of the movie is we're heading into an era of whatever you want to call it, climate change, global warming. Look at the winter we got in Wyoming this year, or don't have. And that would have receding glaciers, and they could then expose sharks that were frozen since the era when we were all, this whole area was ocean bed. It's plausible.
Yeah, right. Well, up there at Lost Horse Lodge, that whole valley was underwater. The big boulders. It's so awesome up there. It's crazy to go up there and look around and try to figure out how them great big boulders got glacier down and at the bottom of the lake. So, everything's possible, especially in a sci-fi.
Well,
only your imagination can hold you back.
So was a great appeal of this idea it putting sharks and potential victims on a more level playing surface? Because we know from Jaws, sharks in the water, man, come on, it's not even fair. They have such an advantage. But you put sharks up against someone who can ski or snowboard, suddenly it's possible to get away from the Jaws.
Right. We have some victims, but we also have some escapees.
Is anybody...
Everybody has to go up there and do some ski lessons. So if they encounter a shark, they can out-ski it.
This could be the only movie I can think where literally we jump the shark in this one. I mean, somebody could like right over the top and get away.
Well, don't give it all away.
Oops. Yeah. All right. I won't. So, I mean, obviously, we're talking to Robert Shippy, he's screenwriter, Sharktana. Can't wait to see this thing. Is this? We had Jaws. We know sharks are scary to envision. They make a great villain because they got teeth and you know what they could do to you. But you know, getting them out of the water was the thing. But somebody already beat you to that. We had Sharknado, right? We got sharks falling out of the sky. So the next progression, obviously, is Sharktana. We got a shark up in Montana. Is it just one, Robert, or more than one?
Well, you want me to tell the whole plot now?
No.
There's more than one plot. One shark. Yeah, we need chaos, and who knows how far this kid goes back? You know, they're hybrids. They can breathe the air, and they can shred the snow. You know, so that was my vision. Is like I thought, wow, how cool would it be to see a shark with his fins out, sliding back and forth? I worked at the ski hill for 14 years, so I had plenty of experience with different styles of skiing.
Well, the style of skiing when you got a shark is behind you is going to be get into a tuck and get to the bottom as fast as you can. Yeah, that's scary stuff, man. So how? Tell me about how you went from conception. You went from like I got this a crazy idea of putting sharks at a ski resort to wow. Well, I think we can get this made. We got money. How did it get there?
Well, go back to the Chamber of Commerce, Montana Chambers, and the film commissioner. She gave me hope and got me contacted with Christopher Ackerman from Fast Coast Productions. He introduced me to Kyle and Lulu from 99 Productions when we was doing a Montana movie there in Hamilton called No Service. It is soon to be released.
Interesting. All the pieces fall together. Fast Coast Productions, Christian Ackerman, and then it gets into the hands, or it gets into the radar of 99. What is it? Oh, 99 Productions. What is the film scene? I hear the film scene in Montana is like, I don't know, growing. It's the Hollywood of the Rocky Mountain West.
Exactly. I mean, everybody sees our beautiful scenery and all the opportunities. We got Sweet 16 ski resorts and glacier. You know, there's so many things to do. I don't think I'll ever have to leave Montana to fulfill my bucket list.
All right, where are we in production right now today?
Yeah, done filmed on. We finished filming on Friday the 13th.
Oh. Okay.
That was perfect. You know, it was a couple days before Valentine's Day. So you got your horror, you got your love, and then we started the day after the Super Bowl, Monday. So you have your action and adventure.
Wow, you got it. What would you say the mix is? Like, give me a feel for like how much comedy, how much is like, you know, scared, thriller, and how much is the you got to have romance in there. It's a shark.
Gotta have romance.
Shark,
yeah. You know, I think it's a mix, pretty good mix. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
Yeah.
Because it all has to happen to make a good storyline. And Kyle, he helped me. Kyle and Christian, they both helped me make it so it was more of a storyline than just people skiing down the hill getting attacked. So give you personalities and people to cheer for, and of course people to say, I want that guy eaten immediately.
Yeah, please eat that guy and
refer. I've been promoting this quite a bit. We have our own store, Sharktana.com, which lots of merchandise, something like a coffee cup, you know. I needed stickers and all sorts of stuff.
A lot of shark swag.
A lot of shark swag. We're already getting orders. We haven't even released the movie, so that's awesome in itself.
All right, now 2 important questions that may be too much of a reveal. I don't know, but we have an insider, obviously. Anna Louise is not only did the story, but she's in the movie, I guess. We hear any truth to the rumor that the first victim in the movie is the meteorologist that forecasts a week of rain right in the middle of the ski season?
No.
All right.
Oh, that's false information. Don't believe everything you read there.
All right. Any truth to the rumor that at some point in this movie we hear the line, and we don't know who says it, but we hear the line, "We're going to need a bigger resort."
I don't think so, but we might have to add that. We still have some editing and some catch-up things. So all the information, all the ideas you're throwing us, you might just see it on a big screen and say, "Hey, I thought of that."
Wait a minute. Late edition.
Everybody's been just so fun throwing ideas at us and stuff, and it's fun. You wouldn't think you'd walk through a grocery store and somebody walks up to you and say, "I want to be eaten by a shark."
That'll be all the rage for a season when this thing is airing. That'll be all the rage. Everybody will be saying that. Robert Shippy's a screenwriter of Sharktana. Now, as a screenwriter, Robert, are you satisfied with how it came off the page, the written word applied to what you see now in the dailies and what you see now ready for editing? You happy how it came out?
Oh, absolutely. Christian Ackerman and Kyle, they both helped direct. Chris directed, and he was also the main actor hero. He's got such an imagination, even up and beyond what I've seen in Hollywood. So he came in, and everybody, we laughed so hard we had tears running on. It was quiet on the set. We'd giggle more, and like quiet on the set. I haven't laughed that long and that hard for a week solid since I can remember. And I'm sure it comes out in the final product, that whole the fun you had. If you get everybody on crew that's busy and tired laughing, somebody in the audience is going to giggle. So that's when I first wrote it. I said, well, if I just get somebody to lighten up and giggle in the audience, you go to so many movies and stuff or watch them, there's no humor left in the world. It seemed like, there are some funny ones, but most generally they're kind of dry. And I was trying to make a good spoof off Jaws and Scary Movie and everything I could think of, every one-liner that I could throw in, I tried to throw in to make it just as fun as it could be. Sure, you're going to have some blood and gore, but let's lighten up the crowd and really get some good laughs in. When we do get to the blood and gore scenes, the budget is limited. How you couldn't build a giant mechanical shark, I'm sure, like Jaws, but I don't know. Is it realistic when someone gets chomped on? Do we see it? Now you want to tell me the whole charge? All right, we can't give away. No, actually, Kyle's brother, he did some 3D printing and stuff, so you'll see some real life stuff. A lot of it, of course, obviously is CGI. Because we just couldn't afford to hire a shark. They're pretty expensive to bring inland. I imagine that's the whole premise. Robert Shippy, the screenwriter for Sharktana. What happens? I want to shout out to the crew, cast, the film people. They all did excellent. Thanks everybody for had a hand. Everyone who had a hand in it or a fin in it, thank you for all your work. Sharktana. Can't wait. When you see it, and when you get a chance to see it, make sure you see it. Hey, Robert, thanks for coming up. Yeah, come visit Sharktana.com. Bring your credit card. Sharktana.com. And be ready, Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got more coming up right after this break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Wes. We'll add him to the conversation. Wes Binder? It's Binder or Binder? Binder.
Binder.
Binder. That's what I would have guessed. Wes Binder's with us, PhD candidate at OSU, Oregon State University, and a brand spanking new study out that kind of highlights, displays the dynamics and interactions between wolves and cougars, mountain lions versus dogs, cats and dogs living together. Can they coexist? Wes, well, spoiler alert, no. They don't do well together. And just having them in the same space, like Yellowstone, has changed the behavior of these apex predators. And that's what we're going to dig into. It's fascinating new study authored. The primary author is this guy, Wes Binder, PhD candidate at Oregon State. Very interesting study, Wes. You got it funded, you had an idea for it, and you finally see it come out and be published. When did this start? When did you first have the idea that I want to see how mountain lions and wolves coexist?
I think my PhD advisor actually first had this idea, and it's because we have a pretty rare and unique data set. To fit wolves and cougars with GPS collars to track their movement, it's really hard to do. It takes a lot of effort, and we do it for a number of reasons. But what we're left with is GPS collars on wolves and cougars in the same place at the same time. And what my PhD advisor suggests is that we work with that to explore their interactions, because it's really hard to, get a data set like that where we can say, yeah, we can account for their interactions like this. It's really hard to see these animals in the wild and observe interactions, especially for animals like cougars.
Pre-1997, you couldn't do this at all, but with the reintroduction of wolves and sharing the same space with big cats, suddenly you can see how the two play in the same sandbox. And with technology like the collaring, although it's got to be a lot easier collaring a wolf than it is a mountain lion. Who does the collaring, Wes? Did the university get involved with that with the mountain lions, or is Game and Fish or the feds? Who collars the cougars?
This is the National Park Service. So something that, I help with as a PhD student, and I worked for the National Park Service before starting school. But it's an involved process. This started in the 1980s. You got to talk to veterinarians to make sure you come up with the right drug combos. You got to talk to ethics committees to make sure it's safe and you're doing the right sort of handling. And you got to go through the permitting office through the National Park Service. And all this culminates for us in using trained hound dogs that can scent trail cougars and chase them up a tree where we can work with them and catch up.
Yeah, so that's what I imagine the scenario is. Most of us will never see a mountain lion. They're so elusive, especially in the daytime. They see you before we see them, and they like it that way. But so the use of hounds, both to hunt them and to, get them treed and bayed, and then you can shoot them, and then they just fall asleep in the tree. Hopefully they don't fall out.
Yeah, that's the trick of it all, is that we use these drugs that do not include a sedative when we initially dart them. So they're not really aware of their surroundings once that drug takes hold, but they can still use their faculties. They can use their claws to hold on to the tree. And so once we get them back down to the ground, then we can add a sedative so that they're totally asleep. But it's a pretty unique combo, and that's just it. The whole idea is keep them in the tree in a way so they don't fall out, but we can safely handle them.
This new study we're talking about, Oregon State University, the lead author of the study is Wesley Binder. He's working on his doctorate. I think the big takeaway, I haven't read the whole study. I have limited time here, but I have read the summary, and I get the big notion is that cats, big cats that make a kill and then gorge themselves or eat, they're sometimes run off whatever their kill is by wolves. It's not that one wolf is tougher than one mountain lion. It's wolves travel in packs. And for a cat, they're like, all right, you're elk, you're mule deer. So what did you find out from the data that is happening? And is it really changed the hunting behavior of mountain lions, of cougars?
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. We found that almost half of their interactions involved wolves stealing cougar kills. This is a behavior that's called kleptoparasitism. And you imagine as a wolf pack, it's hard to hunt prey. It's hard for any predator to hunt prey. So if you can just bump another animal off a carcass, then you have an easy meal. So what we also found, though, that the probability of these interactions occurring depended on what cougars were killing. So if they kill something big like an elk, these interactions between wolves and cougars were more likely to happen because it takes cougars a long time to eat large prey. In contrast, if they kill a smaller animal like a deer, they eat it faster, they get out of there before the wolves can show up. So cougar-killed elk were about 6 times more likely to have a wolf-cougar interaction compared to cougar-killed deer. So that was pretty fun. And what's interesting about that is that we had a really abundant elk population in the mid-90s, right when wolves were introduced. And that elk population has changed a lot over the last 20, 30 years. They reduced for a number of reasons. And because of less elk on the landscape, cougars have shifted their diets to eating more deer. So even though there's less overall food, these wolves and cougars are interacting less because cougars are now eating more deer, and that really diminishes their interactions with wolves. So it's kind of a cool story of how these two animals actually are coexisting in Yellowstone. Their populations have been pretty stable over the last 10, 20 years, and it's just kind of a fun mechanism by which they can mitigate conflict with each other.
And it's yet another reminder, and I don't know if this was your intent going in, but it's another reminder of how nothing lives in a vacuum. You make one change to the ecosystem and it just ripples. And it's incredible the way wildlife is able to fit in a new dynamic. Suddenly there's wolves, and what do mountain lions do? But any little tweak, right, Wes, it just changes. It's all in balance, and it gets imbalanced for a little while, and then it maybe fixes itself. But everything touches everything.
And that's ecology in a nutshell right there. It's very complex. It's hard to quantify. It really highlights the value of long-term research projects like ours.
Wesley Binder did the research. Now, what did the collars what is it? Telemetry? What does the data tell you? Like you didn't have eyes on every kill. Like, oh, look at there's that mountain lion. He's killed that elk. Oh, here comes 6 wolves. Like, how did you figure it out from the data?
So we actually visit a lot of their kill sites in the field,
Uh-huh.
but obviously we can't visit them all. We went to almost 4,000 potential kill sites between wolves and cougars. But what that allowed us to do is predict their kill sites just based on movements alone from those GPS collars. So we can get information about their location every hour, every 3 hours, changes between wolves and cougars, but it allows us to predict a kill site. And that was really key for this study here, because we can't hike to all their potential kill sites. So we need to be able to predict kills and say, all right, this wolf pack came in, got close to a cougar, and the reason they did that is because there's probably a kill there.
Interesting. Yeah, you can follow Mountain Lion 1. He's moving around. Then he holds still for like a few hours. Oh, he probably killed something and he's eating it. And then here comes a bunch of wolves. They're moving around and then they hold still in that same spot for a few hours. They've chased off the cat. It's so cool. So would a mountain lion steal from wolves? Or, I hear the mountain lions don't like to eat what they don't kill, which is opposite or different than wolves. Wolves are opportunistic. They find meat, they'll eat it. They don't care who killed it. Is that how it works?
Yeah, in general, mountain lions will scavenge from each other. So we noticed that behavior quite a bit between 2 mountain lions that we have collared. And they will still scavenge. I think it just kind of depends on how hungry they are. We do document them eating winter kill every now and then. I've seen them take roadkill in the past, but it's just not nearly as often as a pack of wolves. Wolves are very, efficient at going around the landscape and eating what they can. So in Yellowstone, for example, we have a lot of bison. It's about 6,000 bison. And in the last 10 years, just scavenging bison. They're not very good at killing bison. Bison are tough to take down, but just scavenging bison makes up a large portion of their diet.
So you really think in, the past, however many years it's been since mountain lions have had to readjust to a landscape that now includes wolves, and their wolves are all over the place. You really think that's changed their behavior in a few generations to the fact that they'll kill maybe smaller things that are less exciting for a wolf to come eat, or maybe they eat a whole lot faster with an eye over their shoulder. I don't know, but they're adjusted. They're different than they were 30 years ago, probably.
Yeah, I think the big thing that people have found out is that they changed their habitat use. So previous research in Yellowstone, right after wolves were reintroduced, found that cougars were using places that were closer to trees, closer to rugged terrain. So we call this escape terrain. So should they stumble upon a wolf pack, they can get away. So that's what changed their habitat use. And that obviously have implications for their distributions across the landscape. As for prey, it could be the changes in habitat use make them run into deer a little bit more. But at least in Yellowstone, that big change in the elk population is largely probably what accounts for the changes in their diet. Cougars they're very good hunters. So they come across a group of elk, they come across a group of deer. They're like, I can probably make a good attempt at one of these guys. So yeah, it's a lot to disentangle there. But I think the big takeaway is that cougars need that sort of habitat to escape wolves. And if they don't have that, wolves can and will kill them at times.
Yeah, I associate cougars the place I think I'll see them is like in a rocky outcropping, because
totally.
they can bounce away and interesting.
They're much more agile and probably quicker than wolves, but they don't have good stamina. So in the open, that's where they get into trouble. Wolves can run all day, cats cannot.
Yes, and that's how wolves hunt down their prey. They just trot you to death. I mean, they can do that all day long. Also, the different nature of how they kill. Obviously, the cougar's a solitary animal. He doesn't pack hunt. He's going to be alone, which is why he's on the losing end often of kleptoparasitism. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, kleptoparasitism.
Kleptoparasitism. That, in other words, my elk just got stolen by a bunch of wolves, man.
Exactly. The wolves are kleptomaniacs in that sense.
Definitely. It's super interesting. How is this reverberated through the communities? I know this paper is just out. The study is just out. Does it demand a follow-up, or what interest has it had, and what attention has it brought to OSU? It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, wolf recolonizations are ongoing. They're still recolonizing large portions of the American West. And so I think there's still a lot left to be learned about how these two competitors, these apex carnivores, compete on the landscape. We focus on their interactions here. What would also be really good is to study how they compete over shared prey. So you don't have to directly interact with another competitor, and you can still compete with them that way. Something that's called exploitation competition. So who's better at taking these limited prey resources on the landscape? And that's pretty important for understanding how, kind of threatened and endangered prey populations like bighorn sheep or pronghorn or just any population that's not that big might interact with these recolonizing apex carnivores. So competition is really tough to quantify as a whole. And so, again, I think there's so much left to be learned about, having both of these apex carnivores back in the landscape and what that means for our communities.
Well, just for his use of $5 words today, Wes Binder should get a PhD from Morgan.
I agree.
Right? I mean, dang, we learned a lot. Hey, thank you so much, Wesley Binder, PhD candidate, Oregon State University. This study, read about the stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Thanks for making time for us today.
Yep, thanks for having me.
All right, we got to get to news. Cowboy State Daily. Take a news break for our radio affiliates now.
In today's digital world.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Just one search and rescue mission last year took nearly 1,800 manpower hours and 220 flights. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that with nearly 9 million visitors coming to Wyoming, the cost of helping stranded people is breaking the bank.
The bulk of that money comes from the county commissioners who allot them money for infrastructure and basically equipment. However, the problem is this money is woefully inadequate based on the types of rescues they're now having to conduct.
To help fund search and rescue teams, the Wyoming Department of Transportation is now selling a specialty search and rescue license plate. The initial cost is $180 with $150 going to the statewide fund. Many Wyoming ranchers stick to the traditional way of doing things when feeding livestock in the winter, including working a team of workhorses and a sleigh loaded with hay. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that one rancher says with horses, he doesn't have to worry about the engine not starting.
So the rancher will hook up a team of horses and go out into the field, use a pitchfork or sometimes their bare hands and just toss the hay or whatever the feed is out to their livestock. Some of these high rural places in Wyoming can get 65 inches of snow or more a year, and these workhorses can power through that snow easily. So you already have the workhorses. Why go out and pay $50,000 for a high-tech tractor?
Feeding with a horse team has some drawbacks, though. For one thing, it's a slow process. One rancher tells Cowboy State Daily that a typical feeding cycle might take 3 to 4 hours with a horse team. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak tells Cowboy State Daily that his agency is investigating last week's incident in which a Teton County GOP leader handed checks to lawmakers on the State House floor after adjournment. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the sheriff's investigation is different from the House's decision to launch their own examination.
There's an important distinction here because when the House on Thursday was talking about launching its own internal investigation for possible legislative misconduct, bribery, that was an administrative non-criminal act. And that 7-person committee is going to be convening sometime during the session.
The controversy erupted on Wednesday when Representative Mike Yin of Jackson urged his colleagues not to vote for introduction of a bill Rebecca Bextel championed that seeks to curb affordable housing mitigation policies. Back in the early 1900s, when Wyoming men outnumbered women 10-1, they formed matrimonial clubs to bring out mail-order brides from back east. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that historians say many 4th and 5th generation Wyoming families can trace their roots to these imported wives.
So they're called mail order brides because that's pretty much how the whole thing was facilitated, was ads through the mail. This was just basically, it was like modern day dating apps and personal ads, except it was through newspapers back in the late 1800s and early 1900s.
Park County Archives Director Robin Cutter tells Cowboy State Daily that she's found evidence of matrimonial clubs functioning in some capacity as late as the 1960s. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I think you're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah.
I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The way it's down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free. Take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Monday in our final hour. What an honor it is to be joined by this guy, Eli Bebout, former Speaker of the House, former Senate Majority Leader. In fact, he's the first guy to do both those things. Also, a heck of a basketball player. Don't challenge him to a one-on-one game, man. If you lived in Shoshone back in the day, you know Eli Bebout can play a little round ball. And against the wishes of his wife, Lorraine, he somehow got into politics. Good to have you with us, Mr. Bebout. How's everything on this Monday?
Good morning. It's a beautiful day. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be on the show with you and talk about the various issues of what's going on in the great state of Wyoming. Yeah, I did manage to play a little basketball at Shoshone, and that's very true about my wife, Lorraine. She said we joined this journey together for the rest of our lives. There are several things that I don't want you to do, and one of them was get into politics. And anyway, she's been a great wife and supportive through all of that, and it was a great ride, an interesting ride, and no regrets. It was just a privilege to have served Riverton, Fremont County, and the state of Wyoming for all those years. Well, great experience.
Yeah, I know a great many people in Wyoming were better for it, and I'm glad you did accidentally get into politics and lawmaking. Yeah, I want to talk about nuclear of all things. We're going to get into the future where Wyoming is headed, but first we got to address, what was the shenanigans in the House a week ago today with the great checkgate. In your time in politics, obviously we're trying to figure out how it was in the days before and how it is now. Is this just a different era of politics where our lawmakers go to Cheyenne and we're influenced by dark money, DC politics, all the stuff that we didn't used to do in Wyoming? Suddenly it's rearing its ugly head. Would this have ever happened in your time, doling out checks on the House floor?
Well, it's certainly a different time, and you mentioned dark money, and that was a term we were not familiar with when I had the privilege of serving. And of course, political events, politicians, you run for office, and under our state laws, that you can contribute to their campaigns. But to answer your question directly, did I ever see this or happen in the floor of the House while I was there, or in the Senate? The answer is simply a no. The thing about being in the legislature, of course, the Capitol is a people's house, and that's what it's for. It's to get together with duly elected officials and do the business of the state. And so I've always had a very strong feelings about, respecting the process and supporting the process of making laws of three branches of government. And part of that is the sanctity, what I would call the floor of the House or the floor of the Senate. And there's just certain things you do there and certain things you don't. And quite frankly, to be passing out a check is just totally inappropriate. I've been reading about it, listening to the comments of members that are sitting members of the legislature. I think they're spot on. They need to do something about it. It's a shame that you even have to do it. It shouldn't happen in a state like Wyoming. We're a conservative state. We respect the laws, and it should not happen, but it did. I thought both chambers have reacted appropriately. I'm not sure what will go on at the Rules Committee. During my tenure, I had an opportunity to participate in various things with rules. That's why you have the rules. The rules are there for a reason, to run the body during the sessions. And if you need to make a rule that says, obviously you don't want to do that, but I guess you maybe need a rule. So I applaud both the leadership in the House and the Senate for moving forward on it. They need to do it. Has it damaged the legislative body? Sure. I mean, you look at politics in general, and it's real easy to say, well, we don't like what they do, and criticize. Well, this just gives them another tool to criticize the legislature. Let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. It's a budget session. It's about the budget. And this has totally taken away the conversation we should be having about what do we do with the funds? Do we put them in savings? What do we do about the state of Wyoming's business council, the university, whatever? And now we're on this checkgate. So it's very, very inappropriate. And I'm just sad to see it happen. It didn't happen while we were there, but it's not to say that it could have.
Yeah, the business of a budget session is the budget. We see, I think many would agree, too many non-budget related bills, hundreds of bills now that have nothing to do with the budget. It's going to be a busy budget year, real busy, especially with recalibration on top of that. There's going to be plenty to talk to when it comes to who gets money and who doesn't, for sure. We didn't need to be sidetracked by the checkgate thing. Eli Bebout is with us. Eli, you brought up something interesting that I wonder if is totally eroded today, and that's decorum. Just the way you act in the people's house in Capitol. On day one for the rookie legislators, they're told, as much as a suit and tie is decorum in the House, there's also respect for the people's house. And if you had it, that's why you wouldn't see something like someone choosing to hand out donation checks at the end of business on day one.
Well, there's one word that describes what we're lacking, and that's civility.
Yeah.
There's no question about when you're debating a bill or talking about whatever issue you're on, whether you're in the floor of the Senate or the floor in the House and you're debating a bill. I mean, that's what you do, but you respect the members. I mean, in the Senate, you don't even refer to them by name. You would say the Senate from Casper, the senator from wherever. You don't use personal names, and I totally support that. And I think it's with what's going on in politics today, and And fortunately, a little bit of it happened maybe when I was running, but way much more today is they just don't respect people. They don't respect their views. They have these campaigns where out-of-state dark money is saying a lot of things that's inappropriate. When I was in the body, if someone called you a liar, you just didn't do that. You just didn't talk about that. You talked about the issues, where you are, pro or con, debate it, then vote it up or down and go to the next one. And now they talk about, well, we're going to have a vote so we can get you recorded, do this, get prepared for a campaign, we're going to smear you and all that. I just don't like it. I don't think that's the way Wyoming's had politics, and I hope we get away from it and get back to the way we used to be. Vote for the person for what they stand for and the district they represent. You know, if you're from Riverton, you have a certain constituency, more conservative than maybe if I was from Laramie or from Jackson, no question about it. But you respect those people and respect the elected people that are there because their constituency voted them in, debate the bills, and then see what happens. And it's not personal. It should not be personal.
Legislators, take those words to heart. Required reading should be Robert's Rules of Order, because nobody follows those anymore. You're right. When you have differences, you're to address the chair, whoever's running the meeting, and ask them. That's the firewall. Ask them to tell the representative from wherever, here's what I think. Those civility rules are in place for a reason, and they have somehow eroded till we see something like Checkgate Monday. Wow.
Well, you can call me old-fashioned if you want, but if I ever happen to read in the paper, it happened on the floor where a fellow member would use a personal name to sort of slam somebody, I would visit with them about it, because you just don't do that. Mm-hmm. You got to respect each other, respect each other's views, and understand that the next issue you may agree on. And so it's just too bad. I think a lot of it maybe has come from Washington, where it's much worse than we are. The great thing about Wyoming, we are a citizen legislature, and we never want to change that, where we're elected. We all make a living doing something else. And when people start making a living being in politics, it's different. There's more about money. There's more about all I'm doing is running to be reelected. It's my job. So let's hope Wyoming never changes from being a citizen legislature.
Yeah, our legislature was designed that way for a reason. Let's hope we get back to the heart and soul of that. Eli Bebout joins us, legendary lawmaker in his day. Let's talk about one. Before we turn to nuclear and the potential future for Wyoming, one more thing on the budget. We saw this year heading into the session, unlike any I can remember. Usually the budget session's kind of a yawner for the general public. It's just a bunch of numbers, but heading in, we saw the Appropriations Committee make some real serious cuts to a governor's budget that many considered already lean enough. You served on appropriations. Were you surprised by any of this, watching Joint Appropriations Committee reduce money headed to the university, defunding the Business Council, really making hard cuts into the governor's budget?
Well, you said there's not a lot of people following the budget session. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. When I was in the leadership or chair of the Appropriations Committee, we didn't have any money. So there was a lot of discussion about how do we get through the budget session? What do we do to fund the needs of the people of Wyoming, and how do we do that? It's interesting this time, we have a surplus.
Yeah.
And of course, a surplus, you go in there with a surplus, you try to figure out what to do with the surplus, being good stewards of the state's money and the citizens' money. And I always thought we should save when we could save and prepare for the rainy day, because with Wyoming and minerals, it happens. It's the history of our state. So to come in and just have these cuts, not saying they shouldn't have discussion about how much money is spent at the university or the Business Council. I think you can look at those, but I don't know that you go in there with a meat cleaver and just start whacking to whack. You should have a legitimate discussion, and I think this will probably lead to that. And everybody has a style on how they want to get to what they want to do. I think it's valid to talk about the Business Council. Are we doing the right way? The things change over time. Should we tweak it? Yeah, absolutely. But do we just eliminate it? No, I don't think that's a good idea. The same with the university. We can always say, well, should we spend more money in this or there? I was part of working on have a Tier 1 College of Engineering. So the legislature got involved. We appropriated money. It was the right thing to do. We really tried to do that. And so there's things like that that are appropriate. And then you get into the whole DEI debate, which I never did support in the first place. So it's an interesting way that the budget sessions start off, but I have full confidence that at the end of the next 3 weeks that they'll come with a budget that's balanced. Thank goodness it's constitutionally we have to have one, and hopefully serve the needs of the citizens of Wyoming and do it in the right way. And I think they will get to that point. Nobody will like it, but at the end of the day, it'll be what they be, and that's how you work the session.
Really interesting read yesterday, your guest column in the Cowboy State Daily regarding the future of energy in Wyoming. As coal is in decline and America's energy demands are ever increasing, Wyoming's at a crossroads, you say, and the future, we've always been pro-energy. We've always led the way. If the way is not coal, why doesn't Wyoming take the opportunity to lead the way in nuclear, especially with these small modular reactors? It feels like a bright future for a state that has done energy from day one. I think a lot of it is maybe 3 Mile Island has really created an unfair idea of what nuclear is, especially the spent fuel and the potential dangers. It's not the same anymore today, Eli.
Well, and I've already been a proponent of responsible use of nuclear power. I mean, we all understand it. What do we used to have 104 reactors in our country? I think we're down under 100 now. And 3 Mile Island did have an issue. And of course, we've controlled it. We've never really had anything serious happen at our nuclear power plants. And they're responsible for 20% of the electricity generated in our country. So with the AI demands and things as we move forward, it's just a travesty that what they've done to the coal industry. And you go back to the EPA during the President Obama's administration, and things they did back then was targeted toward one thing, coal. And look what it's done to the damage to the coal industry. Now, fortunately, with a president like Trump, we've got the discussion and we're doing more to go back to coal. But nuclear power has its place. It has its place in the generation of electricity, and it's something we need to do. And Wyoming is really positioned to be a leader in that regard, as well as all the things we do with energy, natural gas and oil and coal. And I think, the opportunities here, I'm kind of disappointed in some of the ways we started out. The TerraPower was a real positive thing. It's great for Wyoming, great for the country, all the jobs, the opportunities, what it does. It's leading edge technology and what they're doing in Gillette. But what happened in Casper, I think, was totally wrong. That company that wanted to do some things in Casper, and some of the outbreak about it and all of that, I was just disappointed. Nuclear power has a place, and Wyoming should lead in how we do it and move it forward.
That was a missed opportunity, and bar none, certainly. And it was over anxiety and fear about what do you do with so-called spent fuel. You bury it and it lays there waiting to get us for decades and decades. But it's different. I mean, you've done the research. Spent fuel today is not the same as it used to be.
Well, I would call it used fuel rods. And no, it's not. And of course, right now, there's about 2,300 caskets stored on all of these power plants where they put these used fuel rods. And they've only consumed maybe 10% of the energy in those. So there's a place for them. Other countries reprocess them. We don't do that. That happened under the Carter administration where he killed reprocessing them. So there's some things to do there, but there's so many different aspects in uranium and nuclear power that can help our state from mining it. We have all the mines in Wyoming. Look what that's done lately. The jobs it created through drilling companies, through the mining companies and all that, and selling yellow cake to the market. But there's reprocessing and all the different things we could be doing. And right now, I don't think that the attitude about people coming to Wyoming is good because of what we've done and how we have reacted. And we need to write that ship and say, Wyoming is open for business. We're an energy producing state. We want to lead the country. And guess what? Nuclear power is part of that mix. For the Wyoming, for the future of our country, it has to be there.
part of an energy portfolio and an energy state. Energy projects like these, like nuclear, are not only opportunities, they're economic lifelines. These are the words of Eli Bebout. You can read more about it. His guest column that dropped just the other day, I think just yesterday, today. Nuclear power is not a departure from our heritage. It is the next evolution of it. I love that sentence, Eli Bebout. That's smart stuff.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. It's it's emotional. I get that, and I always thought that it was the vocal minority that raises their voices in opposition to it rather than the silent majority. And there's nothing wrong with having a discussion about it, but nuclear power today is safe, it's efficient, it's what we need to do, and there's all kinds of things the great state of Wyoming can do to be part of that mix. And the evolution, like you just mentioned, is what it should be. And we, if we'd have done it 15 or 20 years ago, think where we'd be today, where we would be today.
I know.
We would be there instead of going to Tennessee. And I mean, look at the country. You look at what all the legislatures are doing. They're passing bills, promote nuclear power. The U.S. government, billions of dollars made available for states that want to be proactive. Wyoming's got to be in there.
You've had this pro-nuclear vision way ahead of the curve, and it may have cost you a campaign at the time. People were just not ready to hear it. But yeah, from humble beginnings in bear oil, it'll say on the bio at Wikipedia that he was born in Rawlins. That's just because most people don't know where bear oil is. Him and Ruby grew up on that stretch of land before they got to Shoshone and discovered basketball. Hey, thank you, Eli.
It's always good to be with you, and good job on your program. It's been very interesting this morning about the checkgate and all that. And I do really believe the state of Wyoming and the legislature will do what's right, get this problem solved so it doesn't happen again. It's just not good for Wyoming.
No, we are not. We're so not Washington. And we always try to posture ourselves as that. I mean, Wyoming has such a distaste for anything that happens in D.C. Why should we pick up its bad habits? Let's get back to doing legislature the right way, the way we used to, the way they did when Eli Bebout was running things. The first guy to be former Speaker of the House and a Senate Majority Leader. He was in both chambers. Thank you for being on with us today.
My pleasure. Good luck with it, and continue to do what you do.
Thank you.
Talking about issues to the great state of Wyoming. Take care.
It's all for Wyoming. Wyoming first. All right, Mac Watson is coming up next, right after this break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. It's the final hour, so that means it's time for a Mac Attack. Mac Watson's with us.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How's your President's Day going?
So far, not very well. My daughter has to go and get her wisdom teeth taken out today, and she was scared and petrified. And my wife, God bless her, drove her to Billings to see the oral surgeon, and so because I remember, I don't know whether you had your wisdom teeth taken out. I had mine taken out, when I was like 18, 19 years old. It was not pleasant. It was not fun.
No, it's not fun. And I have a horror story, assuming your daughter's not listening.
She's not.
Okay,
She's not
good.
here.
They took mine out, and then they put the pads, the gauze pads in there. They say, bite down and don't let go biting down until you get home. So I drive, I get home, and I stop biting down, and it starts bleeding again. And my mouth feels and bleed and won't stop. I had to drive back. Like, oh, what's wrong?
Get more gauze?
Yes. But I mean, and your daughter can ill afford to lose wisdom in any fashion.
Because it's in her teeth?
Did I say that out loud? They're taking wisdom out of her? It's just the TikTok age. All of them.
Yeah,
they all. I really, ever since you told me what music she likes and that she's F1, this is my favorite kid. She's my adopted daughter. So
she's got her own spirit, and she always has.
Yeah.
I mean, when she was placed with us, she was 7. My son was 11 months old. And from this is a true story. This is a true story. So this is down in Phoenix. We got licensed by the state to become foster parents. And so we get these kids, our first placement, and we're on the clock. We've got 6 months to decide. Do we go through with this and adopt or not? Right?
Yeah.
Which is not supposed to happen that way, by the way. If anybody is thinking about becoming a foster parent, your first placement is never, hey, by the way, you're on the clock.
Now or never.
You're never supposed to get kids like that. Anyway.
Yeah.
So she comes and she's playing on a scooter, she has a scooter, and I take a couple pictures and I go into work and I work with primarily Hispanic women, right? And I go, hey, this is Sophia. And I swear to God, Jake, one of the women went, oh no. And I go, what? You go, she's sassy. You're going to have a problem.
From a photo?
She posed like she was a runway model at 7 with the sunglasses on and like she's all that. And that one woman took one look and said, oh yeah, you're going to have a problem with her. And I've loved her ever since.
Yeah.
I have loved her ever since. So she's always been like that, though. She's always had her own spirit. And I love it. It hasn't been easy, but I love it.
Yeah, I think every daughter is a challenge in that way. A little rock star in the making, but you probably have it times 10.
Right. But as a girl dad, I have taught her her own worth, what she is worth.
Yeah.
find a way around the no, because a lot of people are going to tell you no. And I don't care what you do, but do it because you want to do it, not because somebody else is doing it or you've got to make them happy or what. Because that's all we did as kids, because we're from a different generation, right? You know, your parents said you're going to go to college. So we went to college, and I didn't know what I wanted to do in college, but I went anyway. You know, I didn't know what I really wanted to do until senior year of what I really wanted to do in college. But with her, I mean, she has found her own path, and I'm so glad. I'm so glad for her.
Good for you, Mac. As a daughter dad, the biggest thing you can instill is that self-confidence that because too many times you hear about young ladies who at the worst fall for some stupid online let's meet ups and that's because they don't value themselves enough. They're looking for affirmation from outside, from a stranger on the interwebs, later in the dating life, you know, you choose guys that are wrong for you because they tell you the right things. Like, so good for you.
And you're so diminished that you just suck that up. You know, you want more of that. And it's just like, come on, no, you're better than that. You're much better than that.
Good.
And so she's scared of boys right now, and that's fine for me. Fine.
Scared of boys.
Keep that way until you're 30.
Scared of getting her teeth ripped out, which I don't blame her. All right. I hope that goes well.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of getting your teeth ripped out, so Claire McFarland had a great story over the weekend. The sheriff now will investigate what is going on inside the legislature with a woman from Teton County handing out checks. This isn't going to be easy. And the thing that kind of, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. Okay. I'm not skeptical. I'm not dismissing. I'm just waiting. Who is actually going to say what those checks are for? Because the person who handed them out can say whatever they want. But, you know, again, credible evidence, you know, is that a credible source? Who is actually going to decide what those checks were for? Because, again, I go back to that Ed Cooper story. Remember Ed Cooper, the legislator, said something about this without saying it and then got shut down. So is it going to be the sheriff that finds out? Is it going to be Bo Beitman who finds out? I mean, it's going to be very interesting. Who finds out and who makes the determination? Oh, that's what they are? Oh, okay. Then where do we go from here? So it's going to get worse. It's like ripping the Band-Aid off. You know, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Right. The healing hasn't begun until, the rip.
Right.
I'll be interested to see what Sheriff Kozak digs up to the investigative committee, which will
I think Karlee Provenza who took the photo?
Yeah.
Like who? I swear, I am so I never would have thought, take a picture of this.
No, and I'm glad she did because
well, now we have verifiable proof. Like, hey, this is what happened, you know?
Not only, does that photo cut short any discussion like, well, I wasn't there, I heard something happen.
Right. Or it's he said, she said.
Yeah,
right.
You won't be able to downplay it or shove it under the rug because we have a photo. And the photo also gives the image. Like, we're all going to conjure in our mind, what does it look like when checks are given out on the House floor? Oh, it looks like pay for your vote. This really gives you a visual that looks like you're paying for the vote. Like, it was huge. I think that photo was crucial. And I think for instance, the days following, it wasn't the major thing. This happened at the end of business day, Monday. Meanwhile, Tuesday and Wednesday go by and they do the business of the legislature. They kill bills and they're doing their thing. It isn't until Thursday when the media runs with the photo that suddenly, in the Capitol building, we have to address this. This is a bad look, and we got to get ahead.
Remember, it was Mike Yin, also from Jackson, who said, wait a minute. We shouldn't vote on this if that other person is handing out checks.
I mean, hello, conflict of interest?
Right. But he was kind of put on the back shelf. They're like, all right, Representative Yin. Like,
Yeah.
You know,
and then
are
Rachel
you
Rodriguez called to order. Yeah.
So I still don't think it would have been taken seriously if not for, and I'm not trying to pat ourselves on the back, but if not for Karlee's photo and the media running with it, not just Cowboy State Daily, but the media latching onto it on Wednesday-ish, that forced the hand of lawmakers. And they're like, oh, gee, this is checkgate.
Right. There's a German philosopher named Immanuel Kant who, back in the 18th century, came up with a construct that basically is the categorical imperative of truth, right? In other words, for a society to move ahead and for a society to not break down, you have to have a basis of some kind of truth. So if I call Domino's and say, will you deliver my pizza? The implication is, yes, they will in some form or fashion deliver my order. If I call 911, there's a bottom line construct of an ambulance will come to my house if I call 911. It's the same thing with politicians. We've all heard of these backdoor deals and how the sausage is made, and with Watergate and all these other scandals. Well, now we got a picture, and we got to figure out what that picture is of this woman handing a check to a legislator. What was it for? And I go back to Watergate because that's the seminal historical footnote. What did they know and when did they know it?
Yeah.
Do you know what these checks are for? Do you know why you're getting these checks? Are you, nobody comes to you and just hands you a check for anything and you're like, oh, what a lovely surprise. No, you know what the check is for. Right. So we got to figure out, not we, but now the Laramie Sheriff's Department has to figure out, and of course, Bo Beitman has to figure out what are these checks and what are they for, and why is somebody from Teton County giving them to many legislators across the state, not just her. Because I could understand if it was her district. I could understand if it was her county. Why, though, other people? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, it's up to Sheriff Kozak to see if those checks were in violation of the Constitution, whether they constituted bribery. It's up to Beitman and this 7-person panel.
And great job, Claire McFarland, on figuring out the Constitution of hello. It's right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was a picture of Representative Yin also pointing. He's like, "It's right here. You can't do these things." And all this is just, if the intent was to peddle influence for Senate File 89, which has now failed on introduction, and House Bill 141, which is both concerning Teton County and affordable housing and mitigation fees for such. If that was the cause, you've kind of ruined your cause now, because all eyes are going to be on this bill and who votes yay or nay double time. Yes, and already we get a statement from the Teton County GOP distancing themselves from Rebecca Baxtel, saying she operated on her own. We'd have had nothing to do. We didn't know she was going to do this. They've thrown her under the bus already. And check.
But do you believe that? I don't believe they're like, oh, we have nothing to do. They're pulling a Pontius Pilate. They're washing their hands.
I don't know.
Come on, man. Come on.
I don't know.
You don't know who the head of the GOP, what she's doing? Come on. I don't believe that. So you can deny all you want. But again, somebody's going to have to go through and figure all this stuff out.
Yeah.
And even then, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be dismissive, but I also don't want to be Pollyannish. Watergate was the defining moment in our society not trusting our elected political heroes. Watergate was the start of us going, wait a minute. Shady stuff is going down. Somebody needs to investigate here. So who's it going to be, and what are we going to find? That's the thing. What are we going to find that, my goodness, is it going to be, some billionaire outside of Wyoming that's funding all this stuff? I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
You're right. Nixon and Watergate was our first real.
That was our loss of innocence.
Yeah. And then that became the swamp. And now, to think that there's another swamp
And
in
that
Wyoming.
took years, by the way. People may not realize that. Watergate was actually a years-long unraveling of a simple quote-unquote break-in at the Democratic headquarters in the Watergate building in Washington, D.C. And then it took the reporters from the Washington Post years to unravel what actually happened, and then for Nixon to resign. Because remember, Nixon was elected to a second term and ultimately had to step down, but it took years to figure out what exactly happened and why these guys, these fixers, or they were called plumbers, why would they break in? Why did they actually go to the Democratic headquarters and break in? So
politics.
Yeah, I know, man. It's scary, but it's also like, hold up. We need to know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, at the very least, I mean, we got to put some guardrails up in the aftermath of this. Like, just not have money change hands during session, like at all. If it's in the mail, okay, it's back at your post office, but just no checks handing out, no money moves around to electeds, to legislators during a session. It just gives a bad look.
Yeah, it's a bad.
You want to donate, do it before or do it after, not during,
there you go.
because it just looks wrong.
Right. And what you don't want is some kind of impropriety look during a budget session when everybody's right there. The world can be watching you, and you're out handing out checks like you're Monty Hall and let's make a deal. What? How many 70s references can I make today? Good Lord.
I don't know.
How many times can I go back to that well?
Keep them going.
But it's just, I mean, it's either unbelievably naive or unbelievably diabolical. One or the other. I mean, this person just didn't have the wherewithal to think, oh yeah, I shouldn't be doing this, or I'm so important, I can do this. There's a big difference, but they still lead to the same road of, what are you doing? Why are you doing this now? Yeah.
Over the weekend, there was more Winter Olympics, and if they handed out medals for sleeping around, they'd run out of gold. they already ran out of condoms at the Olympics.
I heard.
Like 10,000 all gone. So it's like one big frat party or something, the Winter Olympics.
I remember Michael, I think it was Michael Phelps, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not a big Michael Phelps fan because he had an incident with a buddy of mine. But anyway, that's it.
Oh,
we went to rival high schools in Baltimore, and I know about Michael Phelps. Anyway, not taking away what he has accomplished, but he basically, was it him or somebody else? I can't remember, but somebody said, you've got a bunch of young people who are in really good shape, all in this pressure cooker. What do you think is going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but they've been doing this. They've been giving away these prophylaxis or whatever since the '88 Nagano Olympics. I had no idea it was that long ago.
Yeah,
I thought this was a recent thing, but no, they've been doing this since '88. This is the first time they've run out 10,000 gone in 3 days.
Which
3 days.
It's pretty amazing. They do save money budgeting for the Olympics by not building enough beds for every athlete.
Yes.
They just use like half the beds. If
right.
If 400 athletes show up, you only need 200 beds.
There you go.
Theoretically.
There you go. But, oh my, I mean, this is one of those stories, these ancillary stories.
Yeah.
That the Olympic Committee doesn't want, to come out. Talk about the athletes, talk about the competitions. I mean, did you see the fight? Tom Wilson in Canada, the Canadian hockey player.
I mean,
who's an enforcer with the Washington Capitals.
Like, this guy can't get through 60 minutes of a hockey game without throwing knuckles.
He can't.
Yeah.
He can't. He takes out a guy from France or something like that, and just says, another day at the office. Okay, those are the stories you can kind of want, even though you don't want the violence. The other story, the salacious story, I'm sure the IOC is going, Oh boy, bad idea. But you've already done it. You can't take it back. They're still going to continue to do this.
Or another bad look, speaking of optics, is that the judges, the skating, the figure skating always seems to have like you got a 9, 9, 8, 4 from the French judge. Like it just, there was a little bit of that. And then there was some, who knew that they had such foul language in the
curling?
Curling.
In curling. I mean, like, what are you doing? So the Swedish team, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. The Swedish team, I think, tries to tell the Canadian team like they're cheating. And the Canadians, I know a couple of Canadians. I've never seen them get angry.
No.
I mean, they start throwing out, the F-bomb.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's curling. Like, why are you getting so upset at curling?
I know it's the most zen, relaxed sport, yet it's got, they swear like sailors. Oh,
I guess, man. I don't know, but it's been really frustrating because the top seeded people for America, they have not delivered. They are not winning gold.
Yeah.
Like we kind of sort of expected them to. And so you get these other stories coming out about other athletes. And it's interesting to, read about other athletes. Don't get me wrong. But I want to say France and Germany, all these other countries are getting like 6, 10 medals. We got 2 gold.
That's weird.
Not what we signed up for.
It is weird.
Yeah,
but we have some gold brought home by some Wyomingites. That's the good news.
Which is great. Is great.
I'm going to get a break. I don't know if I know how to replay the Karlee Provenza interview or if I have enough time for it. What should I do? You tell me.
Okay, well,
you're my boss.
You what, if you can, we can still, if you remember the interview, let's talk about it. I'll interview you about the interview you did with Karlee Provenza. How's that?
I'll try to replay it after this break. If I'm successful, then that's your cue to go ahead and move on with the rest of your day. If not, I'll come back to you.
All
okay,
right.
We'll be right back.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
A place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, and we're so honored to have Representative Karlee Provenza with us. I had to remember to record this. We're going to replay this segment. That's how important this interview is going to be. We're going to replay it in the final hour. No pressure, Representative Provenza. You know, if this whole lawmaking thing doesn't work out, you have a career in photojournalism. Already being heralded as a Pulitzer Prize nominee photo. Where do we start? The checkgate alerted, I don't know what to make. Let's ask this. What do you make of the fact that the first two House reps to call foul, to cry foul, were Democrats? You and Representative Mike Gierau. You got the photo, and Mike said this isn't right, and it was interesting. I don't know what to take away from this. I don't want to make it more political than it is and partisan, but yes, it was two Democrats who said this looks wrong.
Yeah, Jake, I would say I think the fact that we're Democrats is irrelevant. This is about right and wrong.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing lawmakers band together on those lines. What is right and what is wrong, and what happened on Monday evening was wrong, and it was a major violation of the people's trust, which is why I took that photo and why I made it public.
I'm glad you did. I want to talk about the photo also a little bit, but it take me back to what happened. Now, that was Monday, and it's the opening day, and there's the state of the state. There's a Wyoming Supreme Court. There's just a lot of speechifying on day one, and then the day adjourns. Then this check thing happened. How that photo you took couldn't have been the first check doled out. How did it come into your awareness? So many House members said, well, I didn't see it. You saw it. How did you see one and then another and say, where's my phone? How did it happen?
Actually, I was sitting at my desk and I turned around, and Representative Nina Weber was escorting Rebecca Bextel and two women that I didn't know onto the floor. And I know who Rebecca Bextel is, so I recognized her immediately. And she had what looked like checks in her hand. And that was when my spidey senses were like, this seems inappropriate. And so I turned around and then watched her give a check to, I believe she started with Joe Webb. And I stood up and I positioned myself into the photo. So I wasn't across the room. I was right there. And I took, I think, 4 photographs immediately as she was handing the check after she had handed the check to Representative Marlene Brady, and then to Representative Darren McCann.
Yes, and by the way, Rebecca Bextel, Teton County Republican Party committee woman, who is behind the cause of at least 2 pieces of legislation from Teton County concerning affordable housing, mitigation fees, etc. Meanwhile, a statement from the Teton County GOP saying that she does not, Bextel does not speak for us. Anything she did was on her own. Then everybody throwing everybody under the bus. Mike, so what do you make of your initial reaction? Representative Yin, you can't speak for him, but the two of you said, This should not happen on the House floor on day one. Like, this is wrong optics. What was the initial reaction? Because I feel like you weren't heard out right away. It was more, especially the next day. Representative Yin went hard on it, saying, hey, anything she's backing, any bill, we should throw it right out. So what about the reaction you got initially? And then, of course, the media went wild with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was insinuated that Representative Yin lied by multiple members of the body, notably Rachel Rodriguez Williams and John Baer. And Speaker Nyman made a comment as well about where can you substantiate this? And at that time, obviously we could. but it was not necessarily public at that point. I'll tell you, Jake, I sent that photo to a member of the press Monday, moments after I took it.
Yeah.
Because I was invested in having somewhat findings of facts. At that time, I didn't know if it was illegal. I didn't know if it was an ethics violation, but I did know that the public needed to know and that we needed to get to the bottom of it. And I'm in my previous life, I was a private investigator. And so I just thought this couldn't be something that happened behind closed doors. This couldn't be a private matter. It needed to be something that was done publicly.
Good point. Representative Karlee Provenza joins us as a former PI. You know the power of photographic evidence. It's pretty important. Tom Lubnow wrote a column for the Cowboy State Daily. He lauded your photo as crucial to this because I fear the initial reaction was to downplay, and, you know, we all don't want to think this kind of stuff, whatever it turns out to be, could happen with our lawmakers, pay for votes or quid pro quo or whatever that looks like. And I think without the photo, Representative Provenza, there could have been, I didn't see it, because many House members we talked to say, I didn't see it. I just heard secondhand. That photo is like, there it is.
Yeah. Well, and Jake, in their defense, not everybody was on the floor when that happened, right? It was, there were a few members on the floor and I was one of them and I was right there. So I don't want the public to think that all 62 members had an opportunity to see this. That's not the case. It just was very quick. It happened in a matter of seconds. And I just felt compelled to act.
So what do? The deed is done. Now you got to move forward. What did you suggested, I think, and you weren't the only one who hey, we got to form a task force. Let's get a committee. We got to look into this. I want to know what the checks were, for one, and then we'll talk about the look it gives to voters when they see this happen. What did you do immediately?
Yeah. So when on Thursday morning after this had been revealed and the news article came out, and I learned more facts of what had happened during that news article, just like everybody else, I wrote a motion to convene a special committee that would investigate this incident. And that motion included 7 members of the House. That one would include the minority party and would be nominated by the speaker. They're going to hear complaints.
We have to cut that interview short. That was recorded earlier in the show. If you want to hear it in its entirety, just run it back. The whole show while you're at it, but we're out of time for this morning. Thank you so much for making us part of your Monday President's Day show. Cowboy State Daily. See you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming